Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying some new technology this morning. So this is an L camera that's sitting out, and it's supposed to recognize who is speaking and zero in on them. I think that's happening. I'm watching Zoom on the screen here to see if it's. So we're going to try it. If we discover that we're having problems, or the folks who are online can't see or something, we may have to take a pause and we can go back to our conventional way of doing things with the lapel mics. But anyway, I would like to welcome everyone and call the meeting to order. We'll start, as we usually do, with the playing of our national anthem. And you can stand and sing along if you like. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I will just now introduce the members of council and staff who are present in the meeting. Going around the table from this end, we have Councillor Janice Bray. I'm Mayor George Comrie, and we have Councillor Joe Lamb far end, and in between is our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, and over at the far table is our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. I also see online our fire chief, Bob Whitman, and our planning assistant, Paul Macri. Two of our councillors are participating today via Zoom. That's Councillor Scott Nash and Councillor Brian Woods. And I guess this is a good chance for me to just make sure that they can hear us where they are. Would you just let us know if you're hearing us and seeing us all right?
I can hear you just fine, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Woods.
That's yeah, thank you. You weren't very loud. Let's see, is there any adjustment you can make? It's going to get you to try that again in a minute.
Is that any better, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, it is a bit. Thank you. Councillor Nash, are you there? I do not believe he is. I see his, well, no, I see his
I see
his
it now,
telephone, he's on the telephone, and you can see the icon, but it's not.
but if you go up to Councillor Nash, does that not say mute or?
No, that's a button.
To mute him? Oh, to mute him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's, you can see a picture of a handset there, which
Yeah.
is,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash. Are you able to hear me okay?
yes, we can now, thank you.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
You could hear us.
Yes, I can hear you guys just fine. Thank you for checking.
Okay. All right, so the next thing we need to do here is to ask if there's any pecuniary interest in today's proceedings on the part of members of council.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I think when you were introducing, I think the fire chief's on there too.
I did mention him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I missed, sorry.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest today for item number 15.3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Anybody else? Okay. Um. So our first item of business this morning is to approve the agenda for today's meeting. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion on the agenda? All right, I will ask for all those in favor. And if you can just,
Do we have to announce if we're here? Remember we went through this the last time? Do we have to?
Well-
Yes, sir.
yeah, I think it's because it was online. If you're in the room, I can see if your hand goes up for a minute. So.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much, Sean. That motion is carried. So that takes us to presentations and delegations, and we have two this morning. And so I'm very pleased to welcome our first presenters. And they're from the Whitestone and area nurse practitioner led clinic. I keep wanting to say nursing station. And we have with us today Teresa Wetzlar, who many of you will know, and Naomi Machowiak. And we also have Jim Hanna, who is the Director of Transformation and Strategic Partnerships, right, Jim? From the West Prairie Sound Health Center. And so they're going to take us through a short presentation, and I think Naomi's here. She's at the podium, so thank you very much for coming today, folks, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for inviting us. Do we have our slides that we?
Yep.
Perfect, okay,
Yes, the slides are coming up.
excellent. Okay, thank you so much. So, yeah, again, my name is Naomi Machowiak. I'm a registered nurse, but also the manager of operations for our network of nurse practitioner-led clinics in the region, and with Teresa and Jim here with me today. Next slide, please. So today we just wanted to provide a bit of an overview to, I think, just maybe just to, you know, make sure we all have the same common understanding of what an NP is, what their scope of practice is, what a nurse practitioner-led clinic is, what our mandate from the province is. We'll talk a little bit about the Whitestone Clinic specifically and some statistics and services we provide across the road. And then we're gonna talk about future directions from the province. And so, as you have heard in the news over the last year or so, there's been quite a emphasis on primary care and money put towards primary care from this government. And so, we'll talk a little bit about what the expectations are of primary care going forward. So our first slide here is just about what a primary care nurse practitioner is. And so by and large, I guess sort of no harm, no foul if you don't know exactly what the scope is, because it has been changing over the years. There's been additional scope and additional responsibilities and things almost year over year for the last number of years. And so at this point in time, nurse practitioners are very, very, very similar to family physicians. There is it's 99% of the things, or even more, that family physicians can do, primary care nurse practitioners can do as well. So they're diagnosing all of the illnesses that can be diagnosed in primary care, prescribing medications, referring to specialist care, providing all of the preventive care, so all of the cancer screenings, immunizations, all of those things. So really it is about taking comprehensive care of their patients in primary care. The difference in our region between MDs and NPs is that the MDs, a lot of them in Parry Sound, have then additional responsibilities that aren't necessarily in community responsibilities. So they're doing hospitalists in the hospital, they're doing emerge, they're assisting in surgeries, they're doing other things in the hospital, whereas the nurse practitioners are solely primary care focused and doing that primary care practice. So next slide, please. And so then, generally speaking, nurse practitioner-led clinics is a model of primary care that came into being in the province of Ontario in 2007. So these are clinics that are, they're like doctor's offices. So instead of being led by a physician, they're led by the nurse practitioner, hence the name. And so why nurse practitioner-led clinics came into being was really to provide that care at the time in rural environments and underserved communities, in communities where it was difficult to recruit other providers. And the other really great thing about a nurse practitioner-led clinic is that it is team-based care. So when you are a client of a nurse practitioner-led clinic, you automatically have access to the team that in our case includes mental health practitioners, registered practical nurses, we've got a physiotherapist on staff. We also, and I'll speak to this in a minute, but we also run the regional addictions medicine clinic. So if that's a service that you require. So NPLCs in Ontario came into being in 2007 as a way of providing that comprehensive service to underserved communities and rural communities. And in 2018 is when, as you all know, historically in this region, back many, many decades, our clinics regionally were nursing stations, and still colloquially are called nursing stations today. But they are in 2018 did in fact transition to the nurse practitioner-led model of primary care in this region. Next slide, please. And so again, this is just an overview of regionally. So we are essentially a department of the hospital. And these are our 6 sites across the region. So we're one clinic with 6 sites. So we've got Argyle up in Loring, we've got Bridge, we've got Point of Barrel, of course we've got our site here in Whitestone. We've got a site in Rosso, and then we collaborate with Moose Deer Point First Nation, and we have a clinic on Moose Deer Point First Nation as well. And then again, like I had mentioned, we do run the rapid access addictions medicine clinic at the hospital. And so it's our sort of vision that we are able to provide all of our sort of allied health provider services across the region. I mean, we all know that our West Parry Sound region is quite large. So, to drive from Moose Deer Point to Argyle is, almost maybe an hour, at least an hour and a half to drive. So we don't really want people to be, driving those distances to access care. And so at all of our sites, we provide all of those services listed there. So social work, again, the physiotherapist, psychotherapy, as well as we've got full-time nurse practitioners at all of those sites. Okay, so this is a slide that is very Whitestone specific. So our roster size, when I made this slide, was 640. When I checked this morning, it was 645. You'll note that in the briefing note that we sent in December, that we had said that the clinic roster size was 560, and that we had set a target, again, because of the provincial mandates that I'll get to in a couple of slides, but we had set a target of a slow and steady increase of 2% month over month. And in fact, we've exceeded that. And so now we're over 13% increase since I even prepared the briefing note for you in December. So we are very steadily increasing the roster size month over month. And then it just gives you just a bit of demographic there in terms of the range of patient age that we've got at the clinic now, sort of really mirrors almost really the Canadian population pyramid when you look at that at StatsCan. And again, when I made this slide early last week, looking at our schedule, the wait time for a regular appointment, if you recall, was 2 days. So I checked on the Monday, I think of last week, and I could have put you in on Wednesday after.
So Teresa, just through you, Mr. Mayor, I take it that big curve at the top is seniors.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that because I can't see the numbers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, and again, it's just indicative of the Canadian population as a whole, but yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so the last couple of slides are really just about setting the context for what's coming next. And so this is a quote from Minister Sylvia Jones from last year around just their vision that primary care is foundational for our healthcare system. So if you can't access primary care, you don't have a primary care practitioner, so a nurse practitioner or a physician. You really are visiting your emergency departments more, showing up sicker, requiring more money spent on you when you do show up. And so they're really investing in primary care last year, this year, and into 2029. So you may have heard in the news that it is this government's goal that as of 2029, all Ontarians will be attached to a primary care provider. So either a nurse practitioner or a doctor. Next slide, please. And so just to go along with their package of interventions that they've brought forward. So they've brought forward numerous funding calls for more practitioners. And so we have applied, and we're waiting to hear back in the next couple of months whether or not we'll be successful in receiving some funding for additional nurse practitioner and allied health. So we're waiting to hear about that. And as well, they introduced legislation. So now last summer, they introduced the Primary Care Act, which it has those 6 tenets there that we're to be working towards achieving as conditions of our transfer payment agreements. And so I think some of the highlights really are that every person across the province should have an opportunity to have ongoing access to a primary clinician or team. And so what they're really saying there is that they want they want an ongoing relationship with the provider so that nothing is missed. The provider knows you're comfortable with your provider, and they want that sort of longitudinal relationship built with your care team. I think these are again, the convenience element, and which is why we do monitor when our next available appointments are. We want to make sure that they are timely and accessible. Okay. Okay. And so locally, again, as part of our transfer payment agreements, we report quarterly, and we're mandated to implement the primary care action plan as identified at the province, and so we'll be continuing to do that. And then as well, we have our West Perry Sound Ontario Health Team, and they are sort of our regional health planning table. They do have a primary care network. That is all of our, currently all of our nurse practitioners and physicians sit at that table and meet regularly to plan primary care activities across the region. So we'll continue to work with those groups and to improve services and care across West Perry Sound. I think that's the end, and I'd be really happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. You'll open the floor to questions from council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hand up, Councillor Nash,
Oh, who's going?
I'm sorry, I was trying to recognize Councillor Lamb. He had his hand up first, but then we'll get to you in a second, Councillor Nash, if you don't mind.
That was the case, Scott?
yes, of course. Yep, no problem.
Yeah, thanks, Teresa and the group from the hospital. You know, we're blessed to have I want to say it right, the nurse practitioner clinic versus the nurses station here in Whitestone, and you guys do a pretty good job in terms of my care. As a counselor, I do get calls. I just had one this morning, 15 minutes ago, but not being able to get into the nurses station. And of course, they call accountants. Sorry about that. Should shut it off. So I get calls like that. And of course, they say, well, I don't have anything to do with the nurses station, right? And if you have telephone problems there, we have telephone problems at the office too. So maybe between the two of us, we can get Bell to do something, because ours has gone on for years, it seems. So, but anyway, the calls I get are, you know, I called the nurses station. I was told to go to my own family doctor. I can't get into my family doctor till a week Tuesday. What am I to do, right? And so I don't know who's welcome in the 640 in your roster and who's not. My particular situation is that although my permanent address is here, I have a place in Burlington where my family is and whatever, and my family doctor's in Burlington, okay? But I've never been refused here at the nurses station, get most of the time to get blood or that sort of thing, but so I'm fine. But there's a lot of people that aren't. So I guess the primary question in my mind is, who's welcome and who's not? And that's a blunt way of saying
No,
it, but like, who do you turn away and say, not today?
Yeah.
Then I have one other question.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor. So the short answer is anyone, that if you apply to be a patient, we don't turn away anyone. I guess the crux of the issue is, especially given the direction from the province, maybe just a tiny bit of background, they never looked at our health card number lists before. And that is something that is coming down the pipe. So they are going to be requesting this year record level reporting of our data. So they're going to be looking at health card numbers, and it was never reconciled before who was visiting nurse practitioner-led clinics and who also had a family physician. The intention is that a family physician office is your primary care provider, or a nurse practitioner-led clinic is your primary care provider, and you can't dump them because the province is paying both of those entities with taxpayer dollars to provide care for you. So the intention is that you have again, that longitudinal relationship with a single care team, and it's financially inefficient to go to both, and it's potentially a quality issue in terms of health, in terms of outcomes and quality, because if we don't know you very well, we may not be making the best decision for your care, right? Your records are elsewhere, and so you come to see us, and so at the moment, 15% of our visits annually are for people that aren't part of the clinic, because that's been a historical practice, and especially with cottagers and things like that. So we do, when we have space available, if someone calls and says, I'm not your patient, but can you see me? You know, you can imagine doing that to any of the family doctor offices, and, you know, I'm calling up, you know, Dr. Neary and say, I'm not your patient, but can you see me? He would be like, of course not. So similarly now we're being asked to do the same. However, historically we have seen others, so right now 15% or so. But as that roster continues to increase, so if we're increasing, we won't keep up that 13% increase month after month, but we are increasing month after month. And so that will decrease over time in terms of that 15% of others. So in terms of where people go, so if you've got a family doctor in Burlington, but you live here, it's a personal choice. If you love the care that you're getting from that office, then, you know, arrange your annual visits and things like that, so that's the office that you would like to attend. If you need care while you're up here, we are starting to, every region in Ontario has a OHIP funded virtual care clinic. So you may have heard of things like Rocket Doctor or Maple or things like that. Those are fee for service virtual care providers. Now, every region in Ontario has, and we have what's called a Northeast Virtual Care Clinic. So I did provide that in the package in December. And we're working closely with them to provide after hours and weekend visits for those really quick episodic sort of things, like, oh my goodness, all of a sudden I've got a sore throat, or I've got an earache, or I'm just not feeling well. So again, these are nurse practitioners that are available 7 days a week from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. every day. And we're working with this service to become more integrated with our health record. So again, that continuity of care is there. We will know when you have a visit with them. They will understand some of the background.
If I'm in Whitestone and I have a doctor in Perry Sound.
Yep.
And I call up because I've got flu symptoms, I don't know. You won't take me in the nurses.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you'll say, go to your own doctor.
We will encourage you to do that first, because.
But again, the problem is you don't get into your doctor for a week and a half and you got the flu today.
Yes.
Right, and you may need a prescription, or you need, so what I hear is, I gave a bunch of money to the nurses station when it was, you know, when Don Carter and his wife, you know, did all the fundraising, and I would never have given it if I thought I'd get this type of service.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't my words, those are
Sure.
words that are coming
Sure.
to me from people.
You know, and nobody can anticipate the future, you know, like in 2018, when we shifted to this model, we still saw people very, very regularly that weren't our clients. But, you know, again, with, you know,
You have to
provincial
pick and
funding
choose.
mandates.
You have to pick one or the other.
Yes, because
If you're a
once-
permanent resident.
If you're a permanent resident here, or potentially you maybe are not, you're a seasonal resident here, but, you know, spend a lot more time here, like, again, it's sort of a personal choice for your personal circumstances. But what I know from the operations side is that by the end of this year, I'm gonna start getting reports back from Ontario Health asking me why people that we're seeing are also being seen elsewhere, and why are we paying you and paying them? So we need to.
Yeah, and, you know, personally, I think it's disappointing to a lot of people. That's the type of model that's almost saying. The second thing that I get, and Jim knows this because I've been harping on it for 15 years, is weekends in the summertime, where
Yes.
80% of our population is seasonal. So we go from 1,100 to 6,000, right? And, you know, again, these people, their primary doctors in London and Windsor, Timbuktu, right? You know, they say if something happened on the weekend, they get a fish hooks in my, you know, whatever. It sure would be nice if I could go to the clinic. And then I heard way back that Sequin had weekend coverage, but somebody paid for that or something. Was it the municipality or?
Sequin has a very generous private donor that pays annually for all of those hours for an administrative assistant and a nurse practitioner to work holidays and weekends through the summer. It's a private donation.
And you have staff, if we found a benevolent, person in Whitestone, you have staff that we could get Saturdays and or Sundays,
Well, we have a number of casual, nurse practitioners that we call on for summer relief, so we would sort of tap into that pool and. You know.
So
what
what would it cost, you could get back to us, what would it cost for like 8 weeks on weekends, July and August?
30 grand.
Yeah, it's.
30 grand,
It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 35.
and we would have coverage on the weekend.
We have had difficulty in Rosso, covering, last year we had difficulty, getting NPs to cover on the weekend, so just, FYI that, that has been.
Yeah, it was last.
Actually, when our clinic was built, that basement at one point was supposed to be for someone coming in and visiting, and they could stay downstairs, right?
And again, Rosso has a very similar
So
setup.
we can't, we found out after it was built and everything, you can't do that, so we have nowhere to house them if they come in, right, from outside, so. Anyway, I've taken up too much of your time, I think those are the 2 areas that I had, so thank you very much.
Just one, addition onto that, we have used the Rosso, cottagers weekends for our patients, so, say we have a person who has an infection going on, they've been seeing us every 2 days, they need a change on the weekend, we say, call the Rosso, nursing station on the weekend and you can get in there. So we've used them,
Oh, okay,
just a FYI, it's open, the weekend hours is open to everybody.
Yeah, and I have to say, from a personal perspective, so my camp's on the French River and I've got 3 young children and we've been up there and I've needed care for them and I've called Unity. And they're a community health center, but similar model than to an MPLC, the primary care team. And they said, no, I said, are you kidding me? I have to drive to Sudbury. I have to drive 40 minutes because my kid has a sore ear, and they're like, yeah, you do. So it is very frustrating, but nonetheless, the state.
and this is a provincial edict, I guess, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yes, in terms of like primary care teams are to have empanelment or rosters or, whatever you wanna call it, but they are
It
to
seems
have
to
that.
me that all they wanna do is increase the number of people who have a doctor, but that's the optics that they want to portray. And they don't really give 2 hoots about the situations I'm talking about. I'm talking to politicians, we're different, Whitestone, we're really good politicians. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Nash was, had a question, I think.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. My question is going to be fairly similar to what Councillor Lamb just said, so I'll leave it fairly brief here. But one of the main concerns I hear in our municipality is from, be it residents that are coming up for their vacation home, or also full-time residents. And it's the same, like I said, as Councillor Lamb, that they're not able to get in. Either they're told that they're not on, I'll use the word roster, or not on the list if they're from Parry Sound and they need a blood sample taken, or need a little prescription for an ear infection, something like that. And on the other side, from people that are coming up to their vacation home, hearing that I cut my finger, I phoned, and they're either not open or they can't see me for 2 weeks before I can get that finger stitched up or whatever it might be, or I have food poisoning. So I guess again, if you can just answer it quickly, but my answer is there a way of putting time aside in the day that people are able to be seen a little bit better for instances like that? And again, I know what the province is trying to do, but to drive from, be it Dunchurch to Parry Sound and back, you're probably the better part of a couple hours by the time you drove there and back to get a blood sample, instead of going 10 minutes down the road to the nursing station to get that blood sample taken. And again, I'm hearing that from from people that live here year round, and I'm hearing it from people that vacation. And similar to Councillor Lamb, again, I think when people were making donations and this was being constructed, it wasn't the thought that people would be turned away like that, and it was here for those instances. So hopefully you can just share some light on that again, and thank you.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nash, yes, and so I think, it's not out of the question, although it would require an agreement with Ontario Health, right? We would have to put together some kind of proposal to say, based on the needs of our community, we would like to do such and such, and have some kind of negotiation to get permission, for that service. So, it would be sort of some time in coming, you never say never, but it would be by special permission from Ontario Health. And I guess in terms of in terms of the personal donations, there's a level of altruism there that we've got a primary care clinic in our community, and that's great for my community members, and I'm proud to have contributed. That's.
But it can't get in. So are you, oh, sorry, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, no, I'm done my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bray has a question.
Thank you for your presentation, and really this presentation is the finally the outcome of my inquiries back in months and months ago. I inquired as to what was happening, and it took 3 or 4 months before we finally got a meeting. But I think what is the crux of the whole thing is the communication.
Mm-hmm.
We can't change what Minister Jones, and I spoke to her at Roma and let her know our feelings about the way things have evolved. But I think it's the communication, which I'm disappointed in, and that when we expanded the nursing station, none of the counselors here knew what was happening with the nurse practitioner-led clinics.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, all of a sudden we're finding out that, we're getting calls, and I get calls too about people who can't get in. People heard that somebody else got in, but then when they phoned, they couldn't get in. And it doesn't look good, and it doesn't sound good. And I think that, I'm disappointed that the communication in 2018 wasn't this communication now saying, hey, this is where we're going. We're not there yet, but this is where we're going, and this is what's going to happen over time, so that everybody knew, so that we wouldn't be getting these calls or these concerns from groups who they're thinking that it was going to be open to everybody, did do a lot of work to raise money, and are now having second thoughts, which shouldn't have happened. Like they should have known, so that all the money that they're raising, they're doing knowing how it's going to work. So I guess my thing is communication, and I see that there isn't good communication. There hasn't been, and I'd like to know how it's going to change.
Perfect. Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bray. I'm very happy you asked that question, actually, because we've just embarked on an actual communication strategy for the nurse practitioner-led clinic, in part because we received that, Councillor Bray. So our with Jim's help and his staff, our communications officer at the hospital, just last week were given the first draft of our strategy and how we would be using various channels and key messages and things like that to share our message across the region. So some folks here are going to be on a working group, including community members, to craft those key messages and channels. And so through 2026, hopefully you will see a lot more about us and what we do and expectations.
Yeah, that would be great, because I think something needs to happen in order for that trust to build up again. Because I think that what's happened is that people, I'm assuming from what I've heard from people is that the lack of communication has left it so that it's a little ambiguous and a little bit not trustworthy. And I think we do want that to happen. Like, I think the work that's being done in the nurse practitioner led clinic is fabulous. Like, I think having the level of service that we have, like, I presume we're open 5 days a week. From what, 8:30 to 9:30, or 8:30 to 4:30 or something like that. And so we're seeing lots of people. And I think that's wonderful, because I think we have a real need here. We have seniors, we're mostly seniors in the municipality of Whitestone. So seniors do need care, and I'm sure that there are people who are getting on that roster because they moved up here now and we can't really get to the primary care doctor anymore, so we're gonna switch a few. But I just think that that communication needs to happen, and it also needs to happen with the municipalities, because I spoke to a counselor in McKellar who didn't know anything about the change in the nurse, the nursing station. So, and I don't know about Magneto, but I know that they've all contributed to the building and to what's here.
Yeah, well, we've definitely heard that across the region from we've got community advisory councils at all of our clinic sites and heard that loud and clear. So this is the year to remedy the communication problem.
Dr. Jones did say though that possibly in, I don't know, what's that date again, 2029?
2029, yeah.
That maybe things will change. I don't know what's on that, but I'm always hopeful, and I sort of said, you mean they'll be able to take people? And she just said, oh, and I didn't really say anything, so, but anyways, I think that if there are changes though, like that kind of proactive communication would also be good with communities and with councils. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Woods, should give you an opportunity if you had anything you wanted to say or ask.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'll be kind of quick here for 2 reasons. I thought I heard that we could ask for special permission, or we would have to ask for special permission to extend hours. Could you explain that to me a little bit? And then, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get off of the call, not because of my previously scheduled appointment that I discussed with you, but I'm just about to check into a merge because I'm having some issues. But if you could if the representative from the nursing station could just talk a little bit about how we would ask for special permissions or what that would entail in order to expand.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Woods. So I mentioned that only because I'm trying to sort of problem solve on the spot. So our mandate is not to provide that episodic care to people who have another primary care provider. And so if that was something that we would want to start to introduce officially, although again, 15% of our patients were doing that anyhow. So if that is something that in response to a community need that we would want to do it, I don't even know what the process would be, but I do know that we would have to approach Ontario Health and ask for permission to sort of provide care to people who the province is paying others to provide care to. So I said that only to sort of problem solve on the spot to say I don't think it's impossible, but we have to have a conversation at another level.
But it's probably improbable. I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, we could certainly write, there's 2 groups, of course. There's the seasonal group, which again, we're very unique. We have 80% of the people are seasonal here. And then you have the local group. So I guess we could write a letter, or staff could write a letter or something. Yes, well, and then I have one final question. Yep.
No.
So on your hours of work, I heard 8:30 till 4:30. A lot of people, most people work. You ever thought of having opening at 11 and going till 7? That would make sense for people that are working, like if you wanna serve people, I guess. Anyone never thought of that?
So we've tried that in the past and we didn't have good uptake. So that has been.
But was it communicated to people?
Yeah.
But they don't know, they're not gonna, but anyhow. Okay, well, it's
Mr. Dan.
Councillor Brady, go ahead.
Just sorry, just one thing towards the asking for permission. I mean, emergency departments do it all the time. They treat people, hospitals treat people, they have doctors. So there's doctors in Emerge and there's doctors that, like, I got treated by a doctor that wasn't my doctor. And, in the hospital, like, it does happen. So there may be ways that it can happen. What is your cap? What is the cap for the number of roster?
Yeah, so it's a difficult question to answer, because, so for example, at Whitestone, Teresa is our lead for the region in terms of providing clinical support to all of our other nurse practitioners. So, so the expectation is that Teresa doesn't have a full roster because she's providing the other regional support. Willem, who we're very happy to have, who's just come on, is in his first year of practice. And so, still, it needs to kind of slowly increase his, so all that to say is that it varies based on the practitioners you have, the patient population you're serving. I think currently, I don't know, Teresa, did you wanna?
So right now, we've agreed to go up to 650. And then we're gonna reassess.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's a question, I'm not, we're gonna give Jim a turn here in a second, but I don't. The question I wanted to ask was, so you had the number 640 on there, and my question was, where is that of rostered people, where did you think that was going? And back before Christmas time, we had the head of the CEO of our new local health team here, right, in West Prairie Sound, came and talked to us. And we had a little bit of this discussion we're having today, which is, I don't want to beat you people up. I'm a really strong believer in the value of nurse practitioners, and like you are the best value for the money in primary healthcare, and just speaking in general, and it's a huge advantage for you to have a presence here in the community. So I don't want to take it away from anything, but the message that you're getting from us, I think, is that the model has changed from what we thought it was, and now the option appears to be then for people who have these episodic needs, who happen to be here but have primary care somewhere else, to go to the West Prairie Sound Health Center. And lots of times the West Prairie Sound Health Center is not a great place to go for episodic care because it's understaffed, Emerge is understaffed, and you could sit there all day. Personally, I have twice in the last couple of years walked at the queue basically and driven down to Barrie where I could, to RVH, because there I could get in, right? And I mean, it was just more serious situations were coming up all the time. And you just sit there and sit there. So, there's a need that's not being filled. Anyway, going back to what I said to in this previous discussion, I said something similar, and then I said, okay, so how do we get more MPs in the system? And she said, well, our models show that we only need one more for these clinics that you had on your diagrams. So I would buy that. That's, I'll tell you, I don't know what some bad AI must have generated that, because that doesn't compute with me, just in common sense. So my question to you really is, where do you see the 640 going? And what's the plan to staff it so that you've got, I mean, even just the capacity to handle the folks who have no primary care? And I recognize that's a problem, and we need to do something about that. But what? Do you have any thoughts on that? You folks seem to be a little closer to the ground than the previous presenter that we had back in.
So the first
December
couple of
was-
rounds of expansion funding that was available to the province, we weren't eligible for here because. Again, through their wisdom, we were told we didn't have enough unattached people, but the last round we were eligible, and so we have put in the proposal for that additional NP. As well as another handful of allied healthcare providers, and so. So dependent on whether or not we get that additional team. We're working on a couple of things, so one, that NP will take. 600 more people regionally. We've been told we've got on the order of about 2,000 people regionally that are unattached. And so, so that'll take a big load off. And we're looking at using our interdisciplinary team members to their very full scope. And so maybe when you come in to the clinic, you don't need to see Teresa every time or Willem every time. You can see our RPN for some things. And so we're looking to, get some policies and directives on board so that we can utilize the rest of our practitioners to the full scope and therefore increase the volume of the clinic overall. And so where we're going, it's funding dependent, but if we get that team and can utilize all of those team members to the full scope, I hate to throw a number out there because I'm gonna be held accountable. But, maybe in the range of 800 to 900 for Whitestone, something like that, so. But that would be some, that, let's say 3 years down the road, so we can kind of build up to that, but I would say, another couple of hundred, another few hundred, we could get there if some other pieces fall into place.
So what, if I can just ask a supplementary question, what's your biggest constraint? Is it funding?
Yes.
Or is it availability of nurse practitioners? Because I hear the provinces trying to ratchet up the training and so on, but you can't create them overnight any more than you can create
That's
family
right.
physicians overnight.
And so what I will say is our nurse practitioners, Teresa's one of them, we've got a couple of others, are fantastic mentors. And so our last two anyway, so Willem being one and our new person at Point of Barrel, came through us. They trained with us, they learned through us, and so they're kind of, just homegrown NP, so to speak. And so we're really good that our nurse practitioners take that additional time, again, it takes more time to be training someone and go slower through an appointment so you can do that mentorship. But we've been using that as a strategy to train and work with folks locally that are local, and then hopefully they stay on with us. So this year we've been really successful in that we got 2 full-time that way.
Jim is
I'm
dying.
gonna let Jim talk before we're, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to council, I'm really happy to have just a brief piece of time. I think you allotted us 10 minutes and we're probably well past that, so. Councillor Lamb mentioned that he was speaking politically and that there are great politicians here. I would agree. We're thankful for the very long positive relationship we've had with this municipality, with this community, with our clinical team that cares for this community and those donors, and we don't want to hear that people are frustrated and disappointed. So we're listening. I've been taking down notes. And when it comes to special permission, and happy to hear that Councillor Bray had an opportunity to speak with the minister at Roma, because the minister needs to hear from small rural communities. They have made a huge promise to every citizen of Ontario that they will attach them to primary care by 2029. I don't know personally if that's achievable. And if it is, what are the ripple effects? Because we're starting to already notice now the ripple effects. And so if we were to ask for special permission for something, I don't think it is that you can be attached in 2 places. I think that's fundamental. But what else is it? And Westbury Sound Health Center, our MPLCs are happy to sit with municipal politicians in Westbury Sound to say, what is it that we would ask for? If we had half an hour with Minister Jones, what is it that we would ask for? Because you all know better than anybody that the solutions from Queens Park that are good for
Toronto.
Toronto don't make sense here, whether it's the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, or someone else, so. In the Ontario Health Team in East Toronto has an attributed population of over 1 million people. They might have to attach almost 100,000 unattached patients, so are they making some sort of special workaround in that case? It might be just as problematic to attach 50 in rural, remote Northern Ontario, so West Parry Sound Health Center, our MPLCs are happy to work with municipalities to figure out what is it that we would ask for? We know we hear the same thing from the people of Carling. 300,000 people annually visit Kilbear Park during the summer. And a lot of them have a cut on their foot. And they are not being sent back to their care provider in Southern Ontario. You know, your colleagues in Carling are concerned about that. And we would appreciate the opportunity to work with all municipal leaders to
So what do those,
figure out what the future looks
what do
like.
those people do? Go to the Virgin
Yeah.
Parry Center?
Yes,
Um,
or depending on the weekday, they may appear in an MPLC site.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor? I think that, to Mr. Hannah's, last comments, I think that we would be very happy to work with them in terms of trying to find out what kind of asks we could have or make. And, I'm sure there's somebody here on council, one of us would be more than happy to, participate.
Thank you for participating.
Well, I will volunteer, but there might be others that wish to volunteer.
You got my vote.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say the care that I've got and, you know, taking a layer back has been excellent, okay? And you're doing a good job and you're doing a good job with a set of rules that have been made not by you, but by people at the province and we're very unique here because of our population. There aren't too many that have 80% seasonal, right? And we got clipped years ago for policing costs, right? And 1 year it went from 100,000 to like 430,000, right? And 35,000 is a 1% tax increase here, right? So, you know, that was enormous, but they didn't think of Whitestone when the police did that, they thought of Toronto, Hamilton, London, or wherever, right? But anyway, thank you for coming out. Hopefully we didn't beat you up too much.
No, not at all. I appreciate the opportunity to share the message because like you say, I think we're gonna up our game in the communication front. So thank you very, very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. We have one more, we have one more presentation this morning, and it is from the Rotary Club of Parry Sound. Debbie Severance is the president, is here. Mary Lynn Black,
Yes.
the treasurer, so,
Yes.
welcome, ladies, and please,
Thank you very much. So,
the floor is yours.
morning to all of you, and it was a very nice time actually chatting with you. Some people I've touched base with years ago, and it's nice to reconnect. So yes, so we are, Mary Lynn and myself, we're from the Rotary Club of Parry Sound, chartered in 1936. We've added that to our title now, used to know it just as the Rotary Club of Parry Sound. Mary Lynn is our treasurer, and I am the current president. So we are here to ask you, you have attended in the past and we're here to ask again, please support our running of the 3-pitch Rotary Strikes Against Cancer 3-pitch tournament. So that happens in June. So that's our primary goal today, but I'm hoping that I'll have an opportunity to kind of catch you up to date on Rotary. Maybe you know a little bit about Rotary, maybe you know a little bit about our club, but I'd like to give you some facts about us. Sorry, so we have been around since 1936, not Mary Lynn and I precisely, but the club's been around. We'll be celebrating our 90th year in September, so we're pretty excited about that. So we have different categories that we support. So we're certainly a big supporter of community projects. The pool being a big one this year, $61,000 from us, and of course, communities are contributing to that as well. We give to the local hospital, hospice, the Salvation Army food drive. We have a great working relationship with the Salvation Army and No Frills and Proctors. Great to work with them as sponsors as well. We give to the breakfast programs, both to the Catholic school and to the Parry Sound Public School. Very worthwhile things, we think, with the youth and in our community. We also support organizations. So this year we gave to the Stingers youth basketball team, to the Air Cadets, to the Rotary Adams hockey team. Great fun. Those little guys walked with us in the Christmas parade. Such fun. So great to support them and see them developing in our community. But we also look after our individuals within our community. Excuse me. So we have a committee that get requests from the communities, from individuals, and usually these are referred through other services like community services or DSAP. And so they might require medical assistance. So we do wheelchairs and lifts and whatever's required. So making sure our individuals in our community are looked after as well. So a little bit about Rotary International. So it is an organization of 1.2 million members. Please don't ask me their names, I don't know them all. But they're located in over 200 countries around the world. So every club, including ours, contributes some money and time to support those. So our club donates to a hospital in Kuranda, to water systems in Laos, to training midwives in Panama, and of course, to eradication of polio worldwide. So that's part of our mandate as well. So we're happy to do that. But today we are here for a very specific reason. It's the Rotary Strikes Against That Nasty Cancer. So we have our 3-pitch tournament. We've been running this, well, formerly actually, you might have known it as the Rage Tournament. It was going on for many years. The Higgins family ran that very successfully, raised a lot of money for cancer. They don't focused it on research. So we took it over in 2019. Yeah, why not take a new project on in COVID? So we took that over, and our goal, of course, is the same, is to fight cancer. It's a huge thing. It's everybody's potential problem. So it's a really big cause. But when we raise money at our tournament, we give it directly to our local hospital for our cancer care right locally here. So we're pretty proud of that. Now we have changed the format of the tournament a little bit. We used to have 3 days. We're down to 1 day now for logistical reasons and manpower as it is this year. But it's still a really, really worthwhile tournament. The ball players love it. The community loves it. There's some excitement. There's money raised for a good cause. There's just lots going on. We have lots of volunteers that come out and help us. They enjoy doing that. They want to. They're already asking, when is it? When is it? It is Father's Day weekend, by the way. I should let you know that. So it's a great day, rain or shine, and we've certainly had both. One of my favorite pictures is we have one of a shortstop. And he's out in the field, he's got his glove up like this, and he's got his umbrella up in his hand. And it's pouring rain, and they're still out there. They're having a good time. And they are so committed to the cause. They're not just playing ball, but so far in the last 2 years that I've been mostly involved, is the winners have donated part of their winnings right back. You know, they said, oh, we'll take enough to go to dinner, and we'd like to donate this back to the cause. And when is it next year? When is it next year? So we're really excited about that. So although we do have other fundraising events that we put on throughout the year, we have a TV bingo in connection with Huntsville Club. We like to be connected with other clubs as well. 50/50 draws at the car show in town, another great relationship we have with them. And our newest venture is Catch the Ace. So we're trying that out. But this tournament really is our single largest fundraiser. And that's why we need your support. You've been very generous in the past, and we're really hoping that we'll find it in your budget again to help us this year. So thank you very much for your consideration and allowing me to promote Rotary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just 2 quick ones. How many teams do you have and how much money do you make from the tournament?
Okay, good questions. Good thing I brought my number, girl.
Last year with our one-day tournament, we had 16 teams and we made $25,000.
Good for you then, good for you.
And again.
And that money goes to the hospital for cancer.
Well,
It
it's,
doesn't go to the pool or to other things, right? It goes to the hospital, is that correct?
well, we share, go ahead.
No, not the whole amount. We gave $10,000 of that to the hospital and the rest went to different community projects.
But
Okay,
again, local community projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, not our international.
thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Yeah,
Good work, by the way.
great,
Thank
thank
you.
you, love to hear it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Bray.
we're very lucky to have the cancer care that we do in West Barrie Sound Health Center. So, I know because I am one of the people who got treatment there. And so, I thank you for all the work you do because it's really important. Thank you.
Most welcome. It truly is a privilege and you become counselors for the same reasons. You want to give back to your community, you want to see your community thrive, and that's what Rotary is about as well, right? We get our best feelings from helping others, that's what we're here for, and we're part of that community, we're benefiting it as well, right? When the hospital's better shape, we're feeling better about that as well. So, if there's any other questions about Rotary in general or anything, we're very happy.
Well, we do this for the abuse.
Oh, okay, well, that's a side, a side effect that happens to most things.
So are there any other questions for our presenters? I'll just ask one, which is, you did submit the request for funding again. I think every year you.
Yes, we do.
And you know that we go through, and we haven't done it yet, but we go through a meeting in which we look at the various requests we have.
Absolutely.
So you will get an answer to your request, but not today.
Oh, no, wonderful, wonderful.
That doesn't, still good, it's still good for you to come and tell us what you're doing.
It's really, you talk about communication, there we are, right there. I mean, it's really important, you're supporting a group that maybe don't know a whole lot about, so I'm hoping that we kind of, share a little bit about us as a local group, but also as being part of the big Rotary International, we are part of that as well. And pretty excited about that. And we're always looking for new members, so just hint, just thought I'd throw that out. It's always nice to know that. So thank you very much, and we'll take any more of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, then. So,
I think we can get through these.
I'm sorry.
I think we can get through the planning before.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, does anybody want to break right now, but if not, we'll go through, we have one planning item. And in order to do that. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We just have two motions to follow through from our presentations and delegations. The first one is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the presentation from Naomi Wachowiak, Teresa Wetzlar, and Jim Hanna regarding the nurse practitioner-led clinic on Whitestone site for information with thanks. Mover and seconder. Councilor Ray moves, seconded by
Also,
Councilor Leon. All those in favor? We've got three in the room here, Councilor.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Woods did, as you heard, leave the meeting during this particular presentation from the nurse practitioners. So that motion is carried. Then the second one then would be. Second one would be that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the presentation from Debbie Steverance, President, and Mary Lynn Black, Treasurer, regarding the Rotary Club of Parry Sound for information with thanks. Mover and seconder.
I can make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you, that's carried. And now, for the planning matter, we should move into committee of the whole. Any mover and seconder for that? Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Very much. That motion is carried, and we are in committee of the whole as of 11:12 a.m. The item that we have is a consent application. The applicants are Lona and Chris Skiba on Lorimer Lake. And we have a report from the Patrick Christie and the Marystown Area Planning Board. And Patrick is on the call, so I'll invite him, excuse me, I will invite him to produce a report.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, this consent is by the Skibas, accessed off of Green Lane. The proposal is for 3 new backlots on a private road to be constructed down the middle of their retained lands from a previous consent. Fairly straightforward, 2-hectare lots with 100 meters frontage on a proposed right-of-way off their existing right-of-way. That's a private road. No new waterfront lots being created here. And just going to page 4 of my report now, showing the air photography here. There is a creek running through proposed Sever 1, which is why there's an increased frontage on the proposed right-of-way for that lot. Generally, any environmental work that gets done would identify such a creek and impose a 30-meter buffer should the environmentalist recommend such a thing. There has not been an environmental report done for this consent, but I just wanted to note that in almost all cases, 30 meters is the required buffer, and so that's why we increased the frontage and area of this proposed Severed 1. Other than that, fairly straightforward. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hands up.
Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Patrick, thank you for your presentation. I noticed in your recommendations, number 2, it speaks to a 5126 consent agreement, and it's in regards to the criteria from the septic suitability assessment. Has that assessment been done already? I just don't see the report included as backup here, so I'm just wondering, has that report been done, and if so, maybe you can summarize what they're suggesting. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nash, there was no new report done to support this consent. I was making the reference to the previous consent when the waterfront lots were created. The septic suitability referred to that of the same lands that is now Sever 1, and so that's why I made reference to that septic suitability. Of course, septic locations will need to be established for these proposed severed lots as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. So basically, in a previous application, the applicant had undergone the septic suitability assessment, so we'll be following that in any 5126 that comes up in regards to location or setbacks, correct?
To Councillor Nash, yes, that is correct, and also the standard indemnification of in the 5126 to indemnify the municipality or the private.
Okay, thank you. And then the second part of my question was on the part you just mentioned there about the private road. And I'm going to suggest that we take that sentence out. The reason I'm saying this is when we were doing our official plan, I think it was unanimous almost in an update as to why would we treat a back lot, which I'll call a back lot, different from a waterfront lot. So if the Skivas, for example, were to have done what they're proposing now, same piece of land, but it touched the lake, we wouldn't need to do this 5126 agreement for the private road. We only do this agreement for some reason on back lots. And I'm not too sure why we treat a back lot for a road different than a waterfront lot for a road. So I'd suggest that second item come out. I think if a road's on private property, if we've talked about it before, emergency services need to get somewhere, they find a way to get there. We're not in the business of, I'll call it, managing private roads. And when we end up saying, we're releasing indemnification on a private road, well, there is none there. So I just think it's more money for the applicant to have to do a 5126 for that. So I'd suggest that in our motion back, that we'd ask that motion be removed from the planning boards. I don't know if I'd get a seconder on that, but that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Patrick. And I'm not sure what comment you might have on the 5126 in regards to what I just said about the road. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nash, I don't really have a comment on that. It's always been a standard kind of wording, and I hear what you're saying, Councillor Nash. Would be the municipalities and the council's choice whether to remove that statement or not.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. That was all my questions.
Thank you. I do have a comment on that, but I'll ask if other councillors.
Well, let me,
Councillor
I'm
Knapp?
sorry, someone came through on my watch and I missed 30 seconds of it. So what is the ask, that we take out the entire number 2 or just the last part about the private road end?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what I was suggesting, Councillor Lamb, is just take out the part where it's about the private road, leaving in everything about the septic suitability assessment. Just take out the part about the private road access, that part.
Isn't the second part, through you, Mr. Mayor, just simply to indemnify the municipality? Say we've got nothing to do with the road? Isn't that what it said?
That is the primary purpose of that, yes.
I guess I question why we would do that, right? Like, I've seen this many times. I don't know what the justification is, Councillor Nash.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb, it's only because we're treating backlot roads differently than a waterfront road. So, like I was trying to say, if the Skivas had done this exact application, but the lot touched the lake, this line wouldn't be in there. This line is only put in for the back lots, not for a waterfront lot that is accessed by a road. So we're treating a back lot road different than a waterfront access road, even though the waterfront access lot might drive across a back lot road. So it makes no sense that we're treating them differently. We should either do it for all or none is where I'm coming from. And since we aren't doing it currently for waterfront lots, I'm suggesting why do we need to do it for back lots, if that makes any sense. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Patrick, why wouldn't we do it for waterfront lots? Like I'm in support of doing them for everything.
Yeah.
But and do we not ask this of waterfront lots that are being created on a private road? Patrick?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lamb, I have seen in the past where anything accessed by a private road has had this, perhaps not in Whitestone, but I have seen it. I have seen the indemnification I see all municipalities want to be indemnified of everything, and I think I agree with Councillor Nash when I think that there isn't really any. I don't think there is any expectation that the municipality be responsible for the condition or access from a private road. But I just would say that it does seem standard, although I agree with Councillor Nash that maybe it should.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I've seen this many times, and I dare say, I don't know, that probably on waterfront lots, but I don't know, right? Someone has to answer that question. But my position would be that we leave it in here, and any future applications that come forward similar to this on a private road would put the same thing in. So it is corrected for the future. And I think it's important for the municipality to have this indemnification. So I don't know whether that helps Councillor Nash. I don't want there to be a discrepancy between waterfront and back lots.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, it does address it, and I think it's something that, as part of our official plan, we can address. And where I'm coming from is, let's treat everybody equally. If we do it for one, do it for the other. If we don't do it for one, don't do it for the other. So hopefully we can address it on our official plan, because right now, under the OP number 2, it notes that we should be doing this on back lots, but our OP doesn't say to do this for waterfront lots. So that's all I was trying. And I think I got the message to us all that we're having a little conversation now, and we can take care of it in our OP. Thank you.
Okay. So.
Yeah, we're done with that one. Because I have a question.
Do you have another issue?
Yeah, I have another.
Please go ahead.
So we received an email yesterday, and then as an old guy, I happened to be up at 2:06 in the morning or 3:06. Got another updated or amended letter from Tina Stanley, I think, who is a resident, I take it, on Green Lane. Basically, I don't have it in front of me, but basically saying, we want you to defer this for 6 months or a year to make sure the skivas do what they're asked to do on the previous consent before you pass this. And I guess my question, Patrick, is if skivas don't do what was asked of them for the lots they created, the lots won't be created, which is what they wanted to begin with, right? And so I don't see the rationale to say, well, let's wait a year to see that they do what we asked them to do on the waterfront. I just don't see the rationale for that. In fact, if they don't do it, it probably plays more into the residents' hand than other ones. So am I reading that correctly, Patrick? Or?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lamb, I believe so, and I just wanted to make the comment that I do have a municipal compliance letter stating that the conditions of the previous consent from a municipality standpoint have been completed, although I've not seen a deed for those lots yet, so that it hasn't been finalized. But from a municipality standpoint, they have been fulfilled. And yes, I mean, those all have a time frame attached to them, as with this consent. I believe when I read that letter, it's more seems to be about road contributions to Green Lane, perhaps more than this. And I think that it's fair, and I think that the skivas would be willing to be fair to contribute to the road association to continue the access to the previously created lots and these proposed lots coming from Lower Lake Road down Green Lane, which is the access to these. I haven't seen any indication saying that the skivas are not willing to contribute, and I think that's what this letter is mostly about.
And through you, Mr. Councillor Lamb, do you mind if I just have a follow-up to your question there?
Go ahead.
Okay. Patrick, when it was talked about time frame, I think, from what I understand, maybe if you can just confirm that you did mail out notification to anybody. I think it's within, is it 60 meters or 100 meters of the planning requirements? If you can just confirm that that was done. From what I read in the 2 emails that came through, it sounds like you must have mailed at least 1 letter out. And the second part of that is simply, if something like this was deferred, and it's over, I think it's 90 days, if I'm correct, that would give the applicant the chance to appeal a no decision. So it is something that council isn't able to suggest to the planning board, really take it off your agenda and let's talk about it in a year. Am I correct on those 2 comments? Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nash, about notice, I did mail out notice on or before the 9th of February, which would be the required 14 days prior to the planning board meeting on the 23rd of this month. So notice has been sent. I did send by email notice to Sherry Aldis because I know that she has a problem with her address as far as MPAC's records are concerned. So that's that point. And yes, if the planning board were not to make a decision within 90 days, it is possible that the applicants could appeal this. I don't see that happening, but it is possible.
Okay, thank you. Are there other, Councillor Bray, did you have any? Well, I do want to go back to the concern that was raised, and I think my position, I guess, would be the same as Councillor Lamb's. I don't think that the solution to treating waterfront lots versus back lots differently is to ignore this this indemnifying the municipality in the 5126. I think it's to on a go forward basis, we should be doing this for private roads in every case. But I do think that this concern that was raised by the email that we received in the middle of the night is kind of this is a nagging concern that I've had for a long time. We don't put any expectations on people with respect to the development of private roads, and you know, if you want to see the effect of this kind of thing, take a look at the Shawniga Lake Road. Over the years, and I realize this is probably a very limited amount of initial traffic, but what happens is over time we keep approving consents, and more people start using private roads, and then some of them do not participate in, for whatever reason, because they're not mandated to, they don't participate in maintaining those private roads. And then we get delegations to the council from people who say, look, this additional traffic is wrecking our road. We need you municipality should assume it because you approved all these consents. And I think we need, we're not going to solve that today, but I think we need a remedy for that going forward, so that you know, if private roads are going to be used to go to increasing number of lots, then we should. There should be a mechanism that requires the people to maintain them and to make them accessible for our emergency services and various other things, and that should be in a 5126, and it should be for everybody. So the other thing too is that I was not, as you may recall, I was not, particularly, supportive of this original application. One, not this application, but the previous consent application that created the waterfront lots. And I'm still, this is the, what's my objection? My objection is to the process that we follow, where we do these things in stages to try to hide what I believe, to try to hide what the ultimate intention of the development is. And I wish that applications like this would come in their entirety in the beginning and be all sorted out. My concern at the time, as you recall, was that this was, that these additional properties would, they're back lots, but they would effectively end up having some waterfront access of some sort because of the unusual arrangement of the original consents. So I mean, I do have the problem that I had with the original application is compounded by this one. And I think I'm of two minds about it. I don't know whether deferring it does anything, but I just do not like this dealing with these things and being forced into dealing with these things in the seriatim in a bunch of different applications the way we are today. It would be nice if people would just come and say, here's my intention, here's what I want to do with the property, and put it all down to start with, and then we could deal with it in one shot instead of piecemeal. So that's my concern about this application, and I don't know what the solution is at this stage, but I'd really like us to do something to stop these sorts of things from happening in that way. Right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, would you mind if I just followed up with a question there based on your comments?
What's that?
Would you mind if I just wanted to follow up to your comments you made there, if I might? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And all it'll be brief, but, you know, bringing up past applications, people, and I've said this repeatedly, people are allowed to apply for a consent and then another consent. It's something the province allows for, and we can say we might not like it, but it's something that is allowed. And if the Skibas had come with an application of, say, five lots, what we would have heard is, well, that should be a subdivision. And then I would have said, well, no, you can do 5 lots as long as we're not extending municipal services. And they would have gotten into all these arguments. This is why people do it like this. They're following the rules because we make it trickier by saying what we like and don't like. But with that said, we're not in the business of private roads. And with that being said, we do give 2 private roads through our road grant program. And if somebody is on a private road with an easement and somebody does not pitch in to maintain that road, there is a mechanism to get the money back, and it's called the legal system in Canada. If somebody contributes to the road and maintains it, and somebody along that road that uses it does not contribute, they are able to take them. Unfortunately, we'd have to go through small claims court or something, and a judge would award it if, in fact, they're using it to their benefit without paying for it. But it's not something that we manage, we maintain. I think the consensus on council has always been we don't want to get into the private road business, but then we bring it up and say maybe we should. And that would be like saying, I think Shawanaga Lake was brought up, and the issue on Shawanaga Lake is more the fact that we don't plow the municipal road all the way down and it has nothing to do with the private road, Shawanaga Lake Road. It has to do with the publicly maintained or unmaintained municipal road. Those are just my thoughts on it. So I think there's just a difference of opinion from council on it. But I think I could say certainly that the applicants have followed the rules that are there by the province, and they're within their guidelines to do this, and they're allowed to do backlot development. So those are my thoughts, and thank you for giving me the added time, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I'm gonna read this because I've received it from a ratepayer as we're discussing, so I'll read it, just as I got it, and Patrick, maybe you can answer it. The question is, do they have to disclose if they are giving these lots access to the lake in an easement? It looks like they will sell these with access to the water. So I think the mayor actually brought that up in his comments, but what say you, Patrick?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lamb, my comment on that is these lots would not have their own access to the lake, and the owner of any waterfront lot could give access in a private agreement, 21 years less a day to one of those lots, but it's not part of this application and not something we can control. It would be a private agreement only.
That's what I thought the answer would be, but thank you for answering.
And would that private agreement be registrable on title?
I don't believe a private agreement must be registered on title. No. I can double check that and definitely get back.
It can be.
I believe it can. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm not
Thank you.
100% sure on that one.
Yeah, because it can. Yeah, all right. Okay, anything else about this application?
No.
If not, could we reconvene into a regular meeting, please? Mover and secretary. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. That's carried, and we are back in regular meeting at 11:39 a.m. So we now have business arising or matters arising from the public meeting. I will read the suggested motion and we'll see if we have a mover and seconder. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application number B01/2026 Whitestone. The applicants are Alona and Christopher Skiba, and has provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report for information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, the payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges by law. 2, that the 3 new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the newly created lots be rezoned from the waterfront residential 1 limited services zone to the rural limited services zone. 4, that the applicants enter into a section 5126 consent agreement with the municipality of Whitestone to be registered on title to include: first, the implementation of the septic system design measures from the septic suitability assessment as set out in the Hutchinson Environmental Sciences Report dated August 31st, 2022 to ensure the retention of phosphorus. And second, recognition of the private access road for the new lots and to indemnify the municipality for any responsibility or liability for the access for for the access or maintenance of the road, and 5, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. You get a mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by
I can second Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this matter? Councillor Bray.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask, Mr. Christie, if there's any, this is perfectly, like everything that you've laid out for us. There's no reason to say no, like there's nothing that is, questionable or anything.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bray, no, I don't see any reason in the municipal documents not to support this consent.
And if the owners of the retained lands wish to allow people to use part of their land, I guess they're able to, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And we don't know about any other lots to be come up again, like I'm looking at the large retained part on this diagram that you provided across from the newly ones that they want to sever. So we have no information on those ones.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bray, I am aware of the optics of what that looks like with the retained lands. I do not have an application for any further lots.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Erd. Anything else? Are you ready for the question?
Yeah, just,
Councillor Lamb?
yeah, just a comment. I think Councillor Bray's questions are really good. You know, we consciously made, I don't know, I think it was this council, but if not the previous one, made a conscious decision to allow backlot development, right? And if everything is within the Planning Act, notification, all this sort of thing, fully understanding what the mayor is saying about maybe you should come with 6 lots to begin with and all that kind of stuff. There's nothing really that can stand in the way of this application, and I think we do a disservice to somehow defer it for 6 months or anything like that. So I'll be in support of this for the reasons that I said, and if people give easements, then I guess that's what they can do. You can buy lots behind your property, sever them and give easements over your property so that people can use your dock to access the lake. And anyway, so I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready for the question?
Sure.
It's a planning item, so we'll have our deputy clerk call the roll for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Bray.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
This is carried.
Thank you, that's carried. We have no public meeting today. We have a consent agenda. So here's the motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has received the reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1 council meeting minutes. They are for the regular council budget meeting of January 14th, 2026, the regular council meeting of January 21st, 2026, and the special council meeting for the official plan review of January 29th, 2026. And 7.2, we have council committee and board minutes. 7.2.1 is the Perry Sound Area Planning Board meeting for December 22nd, 2025. 7.2.2 is the Perry Sound Area District Social Services Board for December 11th, 2025. And 7.2.3 is the North Bay District Health Unit for November 25th, 2025. And then we have unfinished business, 7.3, unfinished business listed on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. And they are 7.1.1 regular council budget meeting of January 14, 2026. 7.1.2 regular council meeting minutes of January 21st, 2026. 7.1.3 special council meeting for the official plan review on January 29th, 2026. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information 7.2 council committee and board minutes. 7.2.1 the Perry Sound Area Planning Board meeting on December 22nd, 2025. 7.2.2 the Perry Sound Area District Social Services Board meeting on December 11th, 2025. 7.2.3 the North Bay District Health Unit meeting for November 25th, 2025. Finally, 7.3 the unfinished business listed on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. Would I get a mover and seconder, please, for that? Thank you. Motion. Councillor Lamb is moving and Councillor Gray seconding. Is there any discussion on any of those minutes? If not, I will call the question to approve consent agenda. All those in favor, please indicate.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That motion is carried. And that brings us then to accounts payable. Item 8. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $235,611.29 for the period ending January 31st, 2026. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Bray is moving. Councillor Lamb is seconding. It's open for discussion. Are there any questions on the payables?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, if nobody else has their hand up.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I'll start on, it's page 72 of 119 of our agenda. And it's item 37828. And it's for $6,000 or $5,700. And it says admin communication 2025 social media. So I guess I have a couple questions to this. I guess the first one is, why are we paying a staff member, it looks like privately, to do these things? Are they not paid as part of the municipality to do it? I guess is my first question on it.
Okay, well, our treasurer is on the call now. I see Jessica. I think I know what this is, but could you explain that to you answer Councillor Nash's question, please?
Yeah, through your worship, this is for work that Eva does on our Facebook posts. I'm not sure of what the contract with her, but I understand that this was an annual arrangement.
Okay, so
It is an accrual though, correct? Can you explain why it's an accrual and that be help to?
Because it's for 2025 work that she did.
All of it, correct?
And we're reimbursing the library, am I correct? Is that right? I mean, we're
Yeah. But this is the total, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the total amount for all of 2025, I take it, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think you're reimbursing the library. You're paying a person directly. It's nothing to do with the library. Am I correct on that to the treasurer?
Yes,
But-
that's correct. That's for
Yeah.
municipal work that she does on the municipality of Whitestone's Facebook page.
Does she,
So-
she doesn't, oh, sorry, she doesn't get it all in one lump sum at the end of the year, though, does she, or does she?
Yes, that's correct. She invoiced us for the entire year.
Oh, okay, all right.
And oh, I'm sorry, what's the basis of that? Like, is it a set $6,000 a year or something, or?
It's based on the hours that she puts in. So she
But
gives
does
us an
she not
itemized invoice.
Hours in a year? Like, I mean, doesn't she account for it? She just, at the end of the year, says 100 hours? 90
She-
hours?
She gives us a detailed invoice with her hours and the specific work that she did.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Nash, for interrupting.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
no problem. No problem, Councillor Lamb. So I guess to finish off on this one through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'd question, is there a contract in place for this? Has anybody else in the municipality or out there been able to bid on this? Do we issue a T4A for this work? But I guess T4A is the one side of it, but if it's not being, I don't understand why it's not being done as just part of the library. If you're working for the library, why you don't do this as part of those hours. But with that being said, I would say certainly for 2026, what is the contract? When is the contract renewal? Could we have it out to the public for other people to bid on to do freelance graphic design, I'll call it, or freelance social media, because that's what we should be doing here. So I'm not sure how it's turned into a contract that I don't, in my 4 years, remember ever hearing about before. So could staff look into that and bring it back to us possibly and have an RFP sent out if in fact there is no contract? Thank you.
Yes, to your worship, we can certainly look into that. But just for everyone's information, it looks like this has been an arrangement in place since 2023. But we will look into it further and report back.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, to comment, the RFP thing, I need to think on that. Eva does a good job. If you get your weekly e-newsletter, that's all Eva. And she writes it all up, she prepares it all. It then goes, I think tonight, go for approval. Eva isn't out there just making stuff up and posting whatever. I think she does a good job, but I guess what comes to mind, I'll just be honest, the library is a part-time job. And I'm not saying this is the reason she got the contract. She has the skill set, right? It's not that she's underqualified at all. But Eva is a kingpin at the library, but they're not full-time hours or pay necessarily. And I guess what goes through my mind is, and I'm all for a contract or an arrangement and all that kind of stuff, but I don't want to, cut your nose off, spite your face, right? You take $6,000 away from her, and maybe grass looks green, right? So let's not get into one of these situations where we overthink it and go out and do a lot of work just to end up with even doing it to begin with. This is an arrangement that, unless someone's got a problem with the work that's being done, I suspect we should carry on. So, like any other contract that we have, so we can put a contract together, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up, Councillor Lamb, thank you for those comments. I do believe that the work on on the items is good. I'm not questioning that. I'm talking about our practice. Whoever did something in 2023 by issuing something for that amount of money, we probably should have gone through some formal system of at least getting a couple quotes and then picking somebody. When you work for a municipality, we can't just give work to somebody because, unfortunately, referring to this instance, they're a part-time worker at the library doesn't mean that they get work. I think a perfect example of that is when it was myself trying to dig into a contract for part-time treasurer help, and we thought, somebody was getting paid $50 an hour, and then later when enough digging was done, it was $150 an hour, right? And I think that's why you need that transparency, and you need that openness of going through a quoting system, and hopefully, in this case, the person that's doing it would continue to do it, but we do have an obligation to go through some stuff like that and not just award it to somebody year over year over year without, in my eyes, without being transparent and asking if there's anybody else in the community or in the general area that might want to do those similar services. So that's just where I came from on that. But I do believe that the work is good, and I'm not questioning the work at all. I'm really questioning how it came to be with past staff that this is how it was done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not only Facebook, I take it's Instagram too, isn't it?
Through your worship, it would be all social media, so it might not just be Facebook. But Facebook is our primary means, but certainly it would be others as well.
Yeah, thank you.
And then continuing on through you, Mr. Mayor. So I had a couple other questions throughout the accounts payable. The next one is on page 73 of 119, and it's item 37845, about 2/3 of the way down the page, and it says Township of McKellar 911 levy. And I'm just wondering, why are we paying McKellar for a 911 levy? I'm sure there's a perfectly valid explanation. It's really just so I understand it for previous years. Thank you.
Could somebody answer that question? Councilor Ray? Councilor Ray's gonna answer.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, from what I understood, we've done this every year. It is that they maintain the municipality that maintains the 911 system. From what I remember from previous years, we can find out more information, but that's sort of what it was. We've done this every year, like I don't council.
So thank you, Councillor Bray. So from what I understanding, it's McKellar that maintains the 911 system in our district, and we only have to pay $1,300 a year for that. Seems like a good bargain, but if that's what it is, they're the ones maintaining the dispatch center or something. So when people are calling in, it's McKellar answering. Just I want to make sure I understand this fully.
Well, sorry, that's Councilor Bray, go ahead.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's not the 911 system that is done through the dispatch, through the OPP dispatch. This is just, I think, the numbering system that we go through. When we're trying to assess what numbers, municipal numbers people have, I think.
So 911 addressing.
That's not it.
Who?
Okay, thank you.
Jessica, can you answer, or can Wendy, can somebody answer, please? No. Okay,
Through your worship, I'd need the fire chief.
Sorry.
Everyone's talking over one another. The owl's going crazy.
Jessica, were you gonna answer?
Thank you. Through your worship, I was going to mention I would need the fire chief to speak to that as he signs those invoices. I don't have the particular details on it.
Yeah, so Jessica, through you, Mr. Mayor, would it be possible just to get back to us to find out, is that payment, I'm not questioning the payment, I'm just questioning what it's for. Just to bring something back to us or an email letting us know if it is for the 911 addressing system, and why are we paying them or where does it go? Thank you. That would be great.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I have two more, I believe, here. On the next page, or 2 pages over, page 78 of 119, near the bottom of the page is Russell Christie LLP 3514. And it just says planning and development, and it's about $2,600. I'm just wondering what that cost was for, because I know normally there's a name listed next to them. So I was just wondering what Russell Christie LLP had to do with planning and development.
I think Paula maybe Paula is here in the room and is going to answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's an easement agreement with on Farley's Road in regards to the septic line.
So
Did you hear that?
If it could be repeated, I picked some of it up, but not all of it. Thank you.
Use your outside. Oh, no. It just speak in the direction of that thing there. Good to laugh.
It's the an easement agreement that Russell Christie is preparing on behalf of the municipality in regards to the septic line that's going under Farley's Road in favor of a ratepayer.
So is that?
Okay, thanks, Paula.
No, we requested the board to prepare it on our behalf.
We asked who, the board, what board?
Russell Christie, the lawyer's office, to prepare the agreement on behalf of the municipality.
But someone came, I just want to follow up a little, sorry, Councilor, that. So people asked for permission to put a line, so they put their septic across the street or something, wasn't it? And as part of that whole process, there's an agreement. Why would the applicant who wanted that not pay for that agreement? Why should I, as a taxpayer, pay for that agreement is my question. But maybe it's not you, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's Nigel. I think we should be charging someone, right? Why should all the taxpayers pay for that?
Through you, your worship, I don't have a great answer because it happened prior to my hire here in Whitestone, so I can certainly look into it. But that agreement or that process has been going on for more than a year, so I would have.
Could you please look into it, because I think the applicant, whoever it is, should pay for it, right?
Do we know they didn't though?
They have not paid yet, but it's part of my Q4 report. So I can change the non-recoverable to recoverable item.
Well, I don't know what other counselors do. I don't know, do we have a written agreement with them? I don't know enough detail, right? But my personal feeling is they should pay, not the municipality, so.
Yeah, it would make sense to me.
I think it makes sense to everyone, right? So.
And through you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I totally agree with what Councillor Lamb was just saying there. That's where I was leading to when I saw this. Wasn't sure what it was for, but wanted to make sure, is it a cost recoverable? And I remember this coming to council, that they had to cross the road and put the septic on the other side. And I would assume that in that motion, we would have said, yes, they're able to do it. And any costs associated with it would be at the expense of what I'll call the applicant. So maybe if we can just look back at that and see if there's some mechanism. I'm not sure if somebody else is putting a private sewer line under our road while we're paying for the easement to be drafted up. So if staff comes back on that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then leading on to my second last question is right below that on the same page. And I believe I know what it's for. Hopefully the treasurer can confirm, but it says Real Tax Inc., not line 3516. And I see 3 names listed there. And I would imagine, am I correct, that real tax with a third party we engaged if people are behind on their taxes by a certain length of time, that this company gets engaged. And I believe even though these charges are charged, we end up getting reimbursed this amount, treasurer, because it's added on to the outstanding tax bill of the people outstanding. Am I correct on that? Thank you.
Through your worship, yes, you're correct on all of those points.
Perfect. And my very last, or sorry, go on if anybody else had to speak on that. Sorry.
You have one more, don't you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. And the last one was on the last page of accounts payable, 82 of 119, 3541, Township of Seguin. And it says replace radio supplies. And the reason I circled this one and the McKellar one, I was just wondering, why are we dealing with municipalities for stuff to do with 911 or radio replacement? So I'm not sure if somebody can answer, why would we be doing radio replacement with Township of Seguin? Wouldn't we normally get that from a third party? Just don't understand the expense is all. Thank you.
The fire chief is here and will answer.
Yeah, through you, your worship, through you, Councillor Nash. Yeah, so we, that's part of replacing the radio that we budgeted for last year. Seguin and McKellar actually had to replace their radios at the same time. So Seguin took it on to do the whole billing and then bill us. So we had one.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully we got a better price that way. Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
And sorry, what was your other question?
Well, the previous one was about in nine, I think it's 911 addressing, where we paid something to McKellar back on. It says it was on page 73, 37845, and it says Township of McKellar 911 levy, 911 emergency services levy, $1,373.18. Is that?
Yes.
Is that anything to do with you, or is that?
Councillor Lamb used to sit on that committee, and then for some reason he decided to have me sit on that committee. And prior to that, it was decided that McKellar would take it all on, do all the billing for all the municipalities, and then just invoice the municipalities their specific costs.
But what is it for? What is the money going to, like, exactly?
It's for 911 service, so on your phone bill and everything, you pay a percentage of that 911. I think it's like 17 cents, I believe, I'm not 100% sure. So they take care of all that, making sure all the maps are up to date, and then they bill us.
So do they do that for the whole of Westbury Sound?
They do it for all the whole district, yeah.
Okay.
It was decided prior to me getting put onto that committee that McKellar would take the lead on doing that, rather than everybody doing it. You know, we sending ours in late, it all gets sent in together. So that's why that's there for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for explaining it. I don't need any more follow-up than what you've just said. Thank you.
Other questions or comments there, not comments, questions on payables, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I just have a couple. One of them is on page 74 of 119. And it's you, Mr. Mayor, 3484. And I mean, I have no problem with what's been done, but I think this had something to do with the Christmas tree or something. And I don't know who did the certification, but if it was someone like Blitz, I guess my question is, why didn't they bill the municipality? Why did they bill you and we're sending it through you?
All right,
Again, I'm not
no.
accusing anything here.
No,
There's a strange thing, right?
It's an unusual situation. This is actually has to do with the food pantry, the Cogeco shed. What happened was when we went to, late in December, when we went to reconnect Hydro to it, Hydro said well, first they said they would do it, and then they didn't do it. And so when we followed up, they said, oh, you have to get an electrical inspection because it has been disconnected for longer than 6 months, and this is a hydro policy. So the electrical inspection is done by the Electrical Safety Authority. And they have there's a chap who goes around and does them all in this area. If you had an upgrade to your service at your cottage, you'd come and do it, right? So I called in the interest of expediting this and trying to get it done. I called the Electrical Safety Authority. And they said, we'll do the inspection, but we need you to, because we don't have an account with them. So they said, we need you to pay for it. So I gave them a credit card number and the guy came and he inspected it.
Okay.
And so that I submitted an expense claim to the municipality to get my what was billed to my credit card back. So that is the actual fee with HST that they charge for an electrical inspection.
But I take it, Jessica, this will be put to the right account, right? It'll be to the rec committee.
It'll go to the rec committee,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, thank you.
And it does say that.
Thanks for the explanation.
So
my second one is on page 81. Oh, well, I had many of the same that Councillor Nash had, so. Great minds think alike and fools seldom differ, I guess. Anyway, my 81 of 119, Moore Propane. This is for our propane that they I think they do all our propane throughout the municipality. That probably hasn't gone to market, or maybe I missed it, but I brought this up before, maybe not this year, but you know, as we get into April and May, that it should go out to market. There is a consortium that I belong to with hundreds of people, for instance, and we pay 62 cents for our propane. And I hate, it's with Superior, I hate to bring the name up because it's been all over Facebook with terrible service there. But I don't know what we pay, right? But I know gas prices around the world have gone crazy. So if someone could just send an email or follow up and ask, you know, tell us what we're paying. And just make a note to maybe put it out to Superior and Georgian Bay and Moore and whoever else. And get a new RFP, I guess, or something. I think that's all I have. Let me just check. Yeah, it is. Thank you very much.
okay, thanks. Are there any other items and payables? Okay, if not, then I think we could put the question to you. All those in favor of receiving this report, please. Councillor Nash?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was muted. In favor.
Okay, thank you. That's motion is carried. We are at 12:15. I think this would be a good time. Is it our lunch is ready? Is it?
I believe so.
Our deputy clerk believes it's ready, so perhaps we could take a break for. What do you want? Half an hour? 45 minutes? You want? Lunch?
But not 45. Well, unless others half hours play.
Half an hour would take us to approximately 1:45. So if that's we'll declare a recess and we can pause the recording. And do you want to start?
This whole thing kept blowing up and everything. You know, you look from here,
Yeah.
I've got it in front of me, right?
You can enlarge that window, and if you just click on the borders of it.
Anything better?
No.
No,
You
No,
can't.
but just drag, can you not just drag the borders
You mean of the Zoom?
of that thing in the middle, drag it out to fill the whole space that's left.
No.
Go back to what you had. Can you go back? There, now can you increase the borders around?
Yes,
Not that
yes,
you got-
increase, well, yeah, you gotta do it. If you want-
I can't.
That is my screen, that's my entire
Oh, okay.
That's what the public sees?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But they can probably read it on their.
Yeah, they're on the computer, we're looking across.
Yeah, me, it's almost useless for us.
Yeah, I can't even read who's on the call. That's why I said.
Yeah, that's, I think that's the issue with Zoom. If that's the size of the screen that we've got.
Yeah.
okay, well, if we can move on to item 9.1. Under staff reports. Which is, and the first one is the Q4 report for fire and rescue services. So. We'll get it on the floor with the motion here. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone received for information report fire 2026-01 fire and rescue services. Q4 2025. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Brain moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. And I guess I will invite our fire chief if he wants to comment on his report. Just get off.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we had a busy year last year, we did actually 167 calls last year. It was our highest ever. The report's pretty simple, if you have any questions, I can answer them. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, any questions for on this report?
Report.
How many was it for the year, Bob?
167, it's not on that.
Yeah. That's a lot. And the 3 for fire was just this quarter, right?
Yes,
You know how many there was for fire during the year?
I think we did 5.
5 in total.
We did 2 forest fires that we extinguished for M&RF that they paid us for. And then they didn't have a crew available. One was at the Wawakesh Lake.
Yeah.
And one was at the snowmobile or the hydro line at the Round Lake. Then before the whole year, M&R paid us to go and activate those 2 fires.
So Bob, do you know how much revenue you produced in the fire department? Because oftentimes we say, well, the cost is this, that, and whatever, but you do produce revenue.
Yeah, so those, through you, Mr. Mayor, those 2 fires that we did for M&R, I think M&R paid us around $3,400 to extend both of them. And car accidents, we probably bring in about $25,000-$30,000 a year on revenue. Between car accidents, fires, stuff like that.
Well, when people look at the fire department costs, that has to be factored in, you have to take the 25 off, right, to get to the true cost in terms of revenue, so.
But it would have been that would have been in those budget reports.
Taylor's on her way.
Not in the last few days.
Yeah, correct. I think, I just don't remember.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, carry on.
Goodbye. Anyway, that's all the questions I have. Good job, and the fire department is well respected in the community, and so I applaud you.
Any other questions on this report?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I thought you were done talking. I think there was a lag on my end. I was just wondering, the mutual aid, Bob, is that going to another district, I assume, when it might be a larger call and they need assistance? Is that what that's for? Just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we had backed up a Magneto one on a fire that they had, which is quite common. They back up us, we back up them. So, yeah, that's exactly what that's for.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready for the question to receive this report? All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Thank you. Carried. Next one is planning services Q4 report. Mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestown receive for information report PLN 2026 01. Planning services Q4 2025 statistics. Mover and seconder. Councilor Bray moves, seconded by Councilor Lamb.
Okay.
Would you like to introduce your report?
Mr. Mayor, this is our Q4 report for 2025. You will notice the consent applications for 2025 was only 8 compared to 16 in 2024. So a few of the applications are up and down last year. The planning revenue from October 1st to December 31st was $8,793.18. Revenue from January 1st to December 31st was $24,960.26. These expenses. Any questions on the report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions if I could.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks, Paula. Thank you for the report. It's on, I guess, page 2 where there's expenses listed. And the first question is, I see Remax Perry Sound appraisal Jennings, and I'm not questioning the amount, but I thought that would have been like a long time ago. Did they invoice for that late by chance? I'm just curious. Thank you.
Correct. Through Mr. Bruner, we received the invoice from Remax last year in 2021, but they did the work in 2024. Appraisal. The Royal Labs.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question, I'll make a comment first. I noticed that when I looked, the stats are down from 2025. But I think you might see them being up a little bit this year, because I think you're going to see some people applying before the municipality does their official plan and zoning bylaws to get ahead of it. That's what I think you'll see. So my last question is the very last item on the listing. It says miscellaneous, and it says annual WPSGN and TerraNet membership. So my question to that is, one, if the planning board has less members, could we possibly share our membership with the municipality, like sharing the membership with the planning board? And the second part of that is, why is the planning board having the full cost of that when I'm assuming that the building department and bylaw would also use this WPSGN and TerraNet for their work? So maybe in the future for next year, is it possible, I guess this is for the treasurer, if they're still on the call, that cost be shared amongst departments and not all towards the planning department? Thank you.
Anybody want to comment on this?
I can, your worship. Through you, I don't think the treasurer, she appears to be on the line, but I don't see her there, so I'll try to answer it for you. Certainly, I think there probably is justification to splitting that expense among the 3 departments. I think it was 3. And we can look at doing that in 2026. I don't think that'd be an issue. It's just simply an accounting issue, really. So yes, we can look at doing that and figuring out an appropriate split for the expense.
So you must have been.
Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. What's TerraNet?
It's the land registry office where I can obtain copies of deeds or surveys.
Oh, okay.
And payment maps.
But the registry office is gone in Perry Sound, isn't it?
Correct, everything's done electronically.
Oh, okay, I've never seen that before. How up to date is the West Perry Sound geography network? Like, you know, people go on, they try to establish their boundary lines and their pins and stuff like that, and I know it can be and it isn't too accurate, but how often do they do new pictures, new aerial pictures and stuff, right? How outdated are they, or are they pretty recent? Or do we know that yet?
I will have to get back to you. I just can't remember if they do yearly. I know that they update their website quarterly with new severances or change of ownership.
Yeah,
But on the aerial itself, I'll have to get back to you.
yeah, if someone could let us, all of council know, because it sort of slops over into the building department where, you know, we've said, let's go find illegal buildings and all that kind of stuff. Well, if you're dealing with stuff that's 6 or 8 years old, it's different than if it was done last year, so it's a pretty important question, so if staff can just make a note to get back and say, you know, done last year or whatever, I'd appreciate it. But good report, and I guess we have charged back everything that we can charge back, right? To people. Or. And. What's review of oh, this is, Bear Shore Road loss, review of farm and backup information, preparation, review, finalizing of planning report and attendance at the council meeting. Who's attendance at the council meeting? MHBC?
Through Miss Mary, yes.
So why would that $849 not be charged to the shore road? Like why? Again, I think we should be trying to recover what we can, right? Like I think if I put an application in, I should be responsible for any and all costs. There may be some exceptions, but you know, why would that, for instance, not be charged back to the dairies?
I can address that, your worship, if you like. Go ahead. I think in that case, council requested a legal opinion and also an opinion of our planner. So I think it was extra above and beyond the ordinary that the applicants would have typically dealt with.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, oftentimes I know Councilor Nash has said, well, we should get a report, you know, from our planner. Those costs aren't then passed on to the applicant. I would have thought they were. Again, why should I be necessary? I as a ratepayer be responsible for a portion of those costs. I don't get it. And I'm glad we're getting these reports because it prompts the question, right? I mean, I guess I can understand an appraisal, but yeah, and things like the short-term rental, all that kind of stuff, but when I see $849, anyway, I don't know. Just my thoughts, and thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's dealing with the return of the shoulder allowance monies.
That's returning monies to
As
them.
I've been in project council twice, I believe we're going to be receiving a legal opinion shortly.
Okay, and then my point.
Okay, anything else on this report? Fine, I'll call the question then. All those in favor receiving the report?
Scott, yes.
Thank you. 9.4. Sorry, 9.3 is the Q4 building report, building services. Mover and seconder that the council for the municipality of Whitestone receive for information report building -2026-01. Building services Q4 2025. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb is moving. Seconded by Councillor Gray. Thank you. It's we got our CEO clerk here. Are you gonna introduce this report?
I did not plan to, the chief building officer was to be here at 1 o'clock, so I expect him to be walking through the door in a second, but,
Can we come back to it?
He did advise he is on his way out, sorry.
Oh, all right, well, we can if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he's walking up from the office.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Okay, well,
he should introduce his own.
yeah, all right, let's do that then. I didn't realize he was on his way. The next item on the agenda is business matters. And there is a report on bottle shed revenue, which is from the Lions Club in relation to 11, and sorry, in relation to the York Street bottle shed. So let's go ahead to that one. Can I get a mover and seconder that the council for the municipality of Whitestone receives the update regarding bottle shed collection from Robert Dreyer, treasurer, Whitestone, McKellar, Lions Club, with thanks.
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Is there any discussion on this report?
No, other than Bob does a great job in informing us, and they also do a great job at the bottle shed.
Yeah.
They did. York Street is really good, so.
Immaculate, yes. I agree.
So I'm glad we put in with thanks.
And I was just gonna echo what was just said there and thank them for all their hard work and a lot of it, keeping it in the community and doing what they did at Easter and things like that. So, great job and good to see a lot of it staying in the local area. So, great job.
Okay, thank you. There's nothing else we can. Question to receive the report.
Let's finish 11-2 and then we can go back.
Councillor Nash, are you in favor of this report?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
So the next one is 11.2. This is a proclamation celebrating 50 years of the anniversary of the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center. Read the motion to you. Whereas libraries play an essential role in strengthening communities by fostering literacy, supporting lifelong learning, and providing equitable access to knowledge, culture, and technology. And whereas the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center has, since its founding in 1976, served as a cornerstone of the community, offering resources, programs, and welcoming spaces that enrich the lives of residents of all ages. And whereas over the past 5 decades, the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center has continually evolved to meet the changing needs of the community, embracing innovation, expanding technological access, and championing digital literacy while remaining committed to its core mission of public service. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center, milestone made possible through the dedication of its staff, volunteers, supporters, and patrons who have contributed to its growth and success. And whereas this anniversary provides an opportunity to honor the library's history, celebrate its achievements, and recognize its ongoing impact as a hub for learning, creativity, and community connection. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby recognizes 2026 as the 50th anniversary year of the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center, and encourages all residents to join in celebrating this remarkable milestone and the invaluable contributions the library continues to make to our community. And Councillor Lamb is going to move, seconded by Councillor Gray. Discussion.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, then it's a big year. We'll celebrate it, and again, it's a great asset for this community. I've spoken many times on it. Jens and Jewel, thank you.
Any other comments? Well, I will certainly echo what Councillor Lamb has said. I think we've often commented that how important our library is to Whitestone, and they do a great job, and they do a great job of building community. So I think it's wonderful that we get to celebrate 50 years, and I assume that the library board has kind of planned some celebrations as we get on.
We're looking for donations and that sort of thing, and I don't know the specifics of every event. It's still sort of planned, I guess. There are some. I think Josh Davis is charging 50.
Okay. Good. All right, well, if there's nothing else, I guess we will call the question on this motion. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. So our CBO has arrived in the community center, so I'd like to go back to item 9.3, which was the building services report for Q4 2025. We do have a motion still on the floor, moved by Councillor Lamb and Councillor Bray. Jamie, welcome. Would you like to issue your report, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So this report is basically outlining the Q4 of 2025 for the building services. From October 1st to December 31st of 2025, the municipality received a total of 15 building permit applications, which was down 3 from the previous year. The total number of permit applications from January 1st to December 31st was 117, which was up 5. So essentially, basically on par for the number of applications submitted, just kind of scattered differently throughout the year. The number of permits for new construction issued from October 31st to December 31st was 15. It was up 2 for the same period last year. And the total number of permits for new construction from January 1st to December 31st was 100, which is up 2 for the same period last year. Additionally, 11 demolition permits were issued. So again, basically on par for permits issued for the previous year. Schedule A of this report shows the Q4 month-to-month statistics, and Schedule B shows the Q1 to Q4 month-to-month statistics. From January 1st to December 31st, 341 building permit files have been closed, and additionally 25 occupancy permits were issued and 26 permits were revoked. So I would say it's a pretty successful year for the building services department. And then as of December 31st, 2025, 115 open permit letters were drafted and sent to the applicants, property owners with open permits. Total construction value for the year 2025 was $10,281,182, and the revenue $156,700. I've also included Schedule C, which is a graph showing the permit status for permits issued from 2010 to 2020.
Okay, thank you. Questions on this report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hands up, I can start.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, Jamie, thanks for your report. Your reports are always have a lot of information on them, which I appreciate. Before I get into some of the charts and stuff, near the end of your letter or your report, you spoke about 26 permits were revoked. Can you just give a little synopsis to myself and other councillors, like what those items might have been revoked for? Don't give example of names, but maybe just examples of, you know, what it might have been for. And do people have to reapply? I'm just trying to understand that. It seems good in a way, but just wanted to understand it a bit better if that's possible. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, the 26 revoked permits mentioned in my report would be for permits where the work either never started or took place, or the permit was for a detached garage that had a demolition permit issued, you know, a decade later, so the permit was kind of invalid at this point, so it was just revoked as the permit, that garage was demolished and rebuilt, so there was no need to keep the permit from, say, 2011 open when it was demolished in 2016. So no further action with regards to those revoked permits was required from applicants.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. And then the next item right below that in the next paragraph, and this is where I'm going to get into some of the stuff that was talked about kind of at the budget meeting a bit. So you noted, sorry, go on, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
No, what paragraph, Scott? You said the next paragraph.
Oh, the next paragraph where it talks about 115 open permit letters have been drafted and sent to applicants, property owners with open permits. So I guess my question on that to the building department is, if I have it correct, back in April when we were showing a chart of building permit status, if I have my numbers correct, between 2010 and at that time the end of 2021, there's 207 building permits that were considered open and over 3 years old. And in this report, it says 115 letters have been sent. So I guess my question is that 115 for the whole year, just this quarter? And I want to make sure, did all 207 people that had open building permits from 2010 till the end of 2021, which I calculate as 207, all get letters issued in regards to the three concerns that councillors passed, or municipality passed, about the $200 fee, that the permits could be revoked, and that they were past 36 months. So it says 115, but I believe there's 207. So if you understand my question to the building department, that would be great. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash. The 115 letters is the number of letters that was sent out for the entirety of last year. With regards to the previous Schedule C that was provided at that time, there was several years that were to be determined whether or not what permits remained open and which ones didn't. So that number of 207 wasn't an exact number, as there was still some years that had to be confirmed. And further to that, if I had previously done an inspection, within a year at that property, I didn't feel the necessity to draft a letter to tell that person the permit was open, as they were aware it was open, because I was just recently there conducting an inspection. So the 115 were the ones that were older and perhaps had been neglected or forgotten by the homeowner that needed a gentle reminder.
Okay, thank you to the building department. So I guess this leads into, and I know this is going to be a heated conversation in a way, but when I'm looking at the most current report, so I'm looking at page 95 of 119, or schedule, I think it's schedule C, sorry, my page 6, schedule C. If I, again, add up open permits, so taking the 207 out, knowing that it's been 115 now, between 2010 and the end of 2021, if I add up all those numbers for those years, I get 182. So again, I guess I'm going to say, if there's 182 open permits as of the end of this year, I guess I'll say, and it might be to the CAO even, why was only 115 letters sent out when there's actually 183 permits that are over 3 years old? And what I'm referring back to, and this has been brought up, I think, by numerous council members, but myself in particular, back in April, if I have my date right, under Resolution 2025-119, I'm going to read it so everybody can hear it again. I think this is probably the third time I've read this in live council meetings. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report Building 2025-02, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone directs the Chief Building Officer through the Chief Administrative Officer to issue formal letters to all building permit holders that have an open building permit issued more than 36 months ago, in brackets, April 14th, 2022. And that the letter states that open building permits are to be closed by December 31st, 2025, and reminding the permit holders that 1, the building permit can be revoked as per the Ontario Building Code, and 2, a $200 inspection fee for inactive permits will be charged per inspection as per the fees and charges bylaw Schedule D, and 3, no person shall occupy or permit to be occupied a building unless the Chief Building Officer has issued a permit authorizing occupancy of the building as per the Ontario Building Code and the Building Code Act. So that's the one part that I'm reading out. And then if we look at Schedule D that was referred to in that motion, which has been read out several times before again, it says, Item 18, inactive permits, fee per inspection after 3 years or more from date of issuance of the building permit. Flat fee, $200. So again, I'm going to ask this, it might be the CAO, but this has been raised a number of times, again, by myself and other council members. When you read that, it doesn't give discretion. Why have only 115 letters been sent out when there's still 183 on our list? And I also understand, which is a different question that I'll bring up after, why has not everybody been charged? There is no lenience in this. That's why council passed something. It also said that those 183 permits that were issued, I'm not talking the first part of 2022 even, in 2021 or before, they were supposed to be completed by December 31st, 2025. It is now February. All of them should have gotten another notice to either say they're revoking their permits or they can't be staying there. But again, getting back to my first question before I run out of time, why only 115 letters? It doesn't say if somebody's been there to inspect in the last year, you don't need a letter. Our direction as council to staff was everybody gets a letter. That used to be 207, now it's 183. And I want an answer as to why that was not followed. There was no negotiating in it. There was no at any discretion. I want an active answer today. Why was not 187 or 200 letters sent out, period. That's my first question. Thank you.
Mary Jonathan Nash, as I mentioned previously, I did not feel it necessary to take the time to draft a formal letter to someone who got an inspection 2 months ago as they were aware that the permit was open. I felt that the resources at my availability would be better spent working on closing older permits, conducting inspections, and reminding somebody who knows that their permit is open, that their permit.
Okay, and I guess, thank you to the building department. I guess I'll ask the CAO, why was it not followed up, a direct resolution the council asked to be done? Why was that not followed when staff knew that this was a very important item for council to have undertaken? Why was it left at the building department's discretion when there was no discretion in it to the CAO? Thank you.
Through you, your worship, I don't have any further answer other than that, what the building, chief building officer just said. And that is that it, in our opinion, it would have been a waste of resources, and our resources were better spent trying to close the permits.
Okay, but at the last one in November, we were told by the end of the year, everybody will receive a letter. Now we're being told that 115 received a letter. That's just over half of the 207. Again, to the building department and staff, that is not the direction that council asked for. And we keep saying the same.
Nash, you have made your point, and you've been well over 5 minutes making it. Could you?
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
let somebody else have the floor, please?
Okay,
Well, just hold on.
Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Hold on,
I've been chasing this for,
I've asked you to stop. Your timer expired already once, and you're just making the same point over and over again.
Mr. Mayor, in all due respect, we haven't gotten an answer. Do staff get written up when they don't follow directions of council? But the answer is, okay, so I'm asking, Mr. Mayor, just let me finish here, please. I'm asking what's going to be done to ensure that our motion is followed up on, instead of, well, I didn't think it was necessary, or I had no more comment, right? Like, that is not an answer. This has been going on for months, and I appreciate having the time. This is a very, very important topic to myself. We let the presentation go on for almost an hour for one of them, and they weren't called out after 10 minutes. As soon as mine goes over 5 minutes and it's on a prickly item, I'm called out for it, right? I expect this is a very important thing to other members of council. I have way more questions, but on that topic, do we as council want all the letters to go out? That is what we said in a motion. That is law. That's what's supposed to be followed. Staff didn't follow the motion. They're supposed to follow the motion. There needs to be something done.
That is enough. Thank you. Let someone else speak to the motion. What we're going to do about it is we will have a discussion on whether we want to reframe our resolution that you're referring to. So,
well, I find it very frustrating. It's, what time is it? It's 1:30. We're certainly not pressed for time. I share Councillor Nash's thoughts on this. I'm very concerned about it. I'll be talking to it. Let him ask the questions. Then, you won't have to listen to me ask the questions, right? So, someone's going to do it. I know he's got an answer, and I know he's frustrated, as I am frustrated. We have a count. You want me to go, Councillor Nash, for a bit? Then you can start the clock again in 5 minutes, I guess. Like this is important to us.
Go on, Councillor Lamb, and then I'll talk after that. That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
We wanted to clear out the purge, okay? I don't know the numbers. The 207, I guess, I'm looking back in March or April when this same chart came to us, okay? And I pulled it up. And I'm gonna give you a couple examples here. But first of all, there were 3 years that weren't to be determined like that, I guess, 212, 213, and 214. So there were, if the 207 didn't count those, there were more than 207, if I'm reading the numbers right. But when I look, for instance, in 214 or in 215, in last March or April, the outstanding permits were 16. And in 215, they're now 13. So we cleared 3 of them. If I look at 216, there were 10. There's still 10. There's 10 that are outstanding. If I look at 217, there was 25. There's still 25. Like nothing's coming off the list. Like, so I don't get all these letters going out and all this. What about I don't know, I could go on, what's this one? 218, 29, what's it now? 218 is 29. It's the same numbers all the way through. So we can say, oh, we're clearing all these permits off. You're not clearing anything off. I just gave you 4 years. You know, like, here's one, I guess it's 2020. There were 25. How many's in 2020 now? 21. We did 4. We're not clearing off dozens and dozens and dozens. And we haven't sent letters to people. Council directed to do this, to send a letter out. What does it take to make up a letter, and push a button and send it to people? That's what we wanted. We wanted the open permits cleared off. I cleared mine off. I got charged $200. If I find out that some neighbor of mine didn't pay $200, I'm gonna be some peeved off. And this is not going right. I understand that lots of time issues and that sort of thing, but we're talking 8 months, 9 months later, right? And Councillor Nash is right. At the end of the year, there's supposed to be, or you get revoked or something. Like they're not, maybe some of them are revoked. They're not supposed to have occupancy on all these places if it's not cleared up. This is a serious issue and it needs to be addressed. And it's only partially being addressed because I guess staff decided to go against council's will and against the resolution and say, well, we used our discretion. You don't use your discretion when it's a council resolution that says, here's what you do. You come back to council and you say, we need to change the resolution for this reason or that reason. We don't get into February this year, 2 months afterward, and not have cleared very many of these off. Now we've got another, in 2022, we've added another 20. 20 more should be getting letters saying you're over 3 years, and they are. Why didn't we just send out letters to these people? Not say, well, I was there a year ago. They know that they've got an open permit. Send them a letter, for God's sakes. And anyway, it just frustrates the heck out of me that we're in this situation. Like, I know the building inspector, reports to the building code and has discretion and all that sort of stuff. If you don't get the message that council wants you to use your discretion very sparingly and in extraordinary types of situations, and if you don't get the message that we want these permits cleared off and we need to do something with these people. What about the 100 or 150 that are still sitting out there that got letters or didn't get letters? What are we doing about? What's the plan? That's my question. What's the plan? Well, I guess that's my 5 then. Is it? Good.
Yes.
Thank you.
I wonder.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, since Councillor Lamb spoke.
I asked you a question. What is the plan? Where are we going from here? Because I don't think the job's being done. According to the statistics I have, unless the statistics are wrong.
If the CAO or the CBO wish to answer, they can. I'm gonna make a suggestion. You're finished.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's unfortunate the council sees the closing of 341 permits as not closing very many files. I can't force people to finish their work. If they need to plug away at it because of extenuating circumstances, that's fine. I'll just the permits are being addressed as well as they can be. And I'll just state that council cannot direct the chief building official in revoking permits or just closing permits because they feel they should be closed. The suggestion of you should close them before December 31st is great, and I did urge people to try and get that done. However, if they're working away at it and they need it until this spring because of weather restrictions, then that's fine. I don't see the need to revoke that building.
Through you,
Can
Mr.
I
Mayor.
just ask if we go back to, let's say, 2015 or so, 2016, there's, you know, the chart shows there's 13 permits out for 2020, 2015, let's say, just take that as an example. Is it fair to assume that work is still going on those permits and that you're still doing inspections? Is that correct? I'm asking the CBO, not asking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would imagine so. I would have to go through all of the 15 files or 13 files for 2015 to see when the last time I was at each one, but yes, like the work is slowly being done. As I've mentioned previously, a lot of times homeowners will take on finishing the project themselves, and that takes some time.
And is it fair to say that if no work was being done, and there were no inspections or anything, that you would have sent them a letter, and that letter would have been one of the 115 that you did send? Is that?
Through you, yes, that's correct.
And were they charged $200?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the $200 inactive permit fee, I would just like to start off by saying that the $200 inactive permit fee is not a fee that's typically been imposed in the past. This has been this came up in the April 2024 meeting. With regards to applying that $200 inspection fee, the inactive permit fee was not applied to permits where the permit file was deemed to be active due to continuing inspections, or for older permit files that remained open due to a lack of record keeping by the municipality. Imposing additional fees onto applicants or property owners in these situations would be inappropriate and could potentially result in legal challenges for the municipality.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have to stop this conversation here. Yet again, Mr. Mayor, please let me speak here.
Sorry,
Yet again, what we're hearing, Mr. Mayor, please, what we're hearing is this is what I think is the building department, not this is what council asked to do. I'm going to read it out again for like the 5th time. Inactive permit. This is Schedule D of our bylaw.
I have to rule you out of order. You're just repeating yourself. We've heard what you said.
No, Mr. Mayor, it's a new question. You can't rule me out of order. I have 5 minutes to talk, Mr. Mayor. This conversation is probably, Mr. Mayor, please just.
This is ridiculous.
No, it isn't ridiculous.
Okay, I vote that he's not out of order, for God's sakes.
5 minutes.
This is,
Give him 5 minutes, for God's sake.
as soon as somebody else says something, he'll start another
So
side.
you do the
Yeah,
same sometimes.
That's the way the rules work, Mr. Mayor. Now,
Everybody
getting
grow
back-
up. It's a very serious issue, and Councillor Nash has some very good points to make.
But he's
Let him
made
make his
them.
No.
point.
So getting back to what I was going to say, what we were just told,
Well, let him do it.
Mr. Mayor, getting back to what I was saying, the building department just told us that it was at his discretion and we could have legal challenges. We know what we're doing. There could be legal challenges, sure, but our Schedule D bylaw reads, inactive permit, fee per inspection after 3 years or more from date of issuance of building permit. That's it. That is the definition of an inactive permit to us. The building inspector should have been charging these people and hasn't. And instead of hearing what council is saying, he's saying, well, there could be legal challenges. This is what I thought. It's not up to him for that discretion. You used an example of 2015, and there was 16, 13 have been closed. This is going too slow. We know what we passed. It has to be followed. And a perfect example, in the township of Seguin several years ago, there was a really big push to get building permits closed. What happened when staff didn't listen? A whole bunch of them got fired and released, from what I understand. A whole bunch of them for not following the orders of council. At that time, when the building department now is saying, we as the municipality, forget council, we as a municipality don't have the direction to take back or revoke a building permit. Well, in fact, we do. We just did it to somebody. We're just doing it on somebody else because somebody's been pushed to do it. Council passed a resolution. A municipality can pass a law to say you're not allowed to have a building permit open over a certain amount of time. So right now, we as council, we as a municipality are saying that's 3 years. If it's over that, you're going to be paying $200. For the building department to be saying, we can't say anything, I don't need to follow, or we don't need to follow what's been said, is totally inappropriate and inactive. And instead of hearing what we can do to solve it, it's what I'm going to continue to do, or what we as a building department are going to continue to do to not follow this. Get the 182 letters out. Tell them their building permits are being revoked. This is a serious matter. Now, with that said, I'm going to ask my number one question that I had out of 5. So number one question, and I did send this to the CBO or the CAO before, hoping that all these stats would be here, but they were all common questions from previous meetings when I've been asked to wait. So how many inspections were done in 2025 for permits that were over 36 months still open? So last year, how many permits were done to the building department or CAO? I'll read it again. How many inspections were done in 2025 for permits over 36 months old?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Nash, the total number of inspections conducted in 2025 with regards to permits older than 36 months is not available at this time. However, of the 115 open permit letters sent to the applicant, 73 inspections were conducted and 41 permits were closed.
Okay, so how can we not have this information when I was told in November by staff that this will be ready for us at the beginning of the year? And all it is we'll have to do it in the next quarter. So how can we not know in 2025 how many permits were over 36 months old? That would tell me that we don't know. Out of, I think, to the building department, you said 100 and something inspections were done. What was that number again, just there?
Jamie, 115
For
letters.
you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the question was how many inspections, not how many open permits there were.
Yeah, you said you sent out 115
So-
letters.
I can't comment on how many inspections were conducted in the entirety of 2025 for permits that were older than 36 months. However, of the 115 letters sent, 73 inspections were conducted. So it would be more than 73 because I'm sure there were other inspections in there that didn't involve others.
So unfortunately,
Of the 73, sorry, of the 73,
yeah, no, I just can.
what are we doing with the other 34?
Councillor Lamb is asking a question.
I'm just trying to get the right information, because we know what the issue is. Everybody knows the issue, and you can throw a whole bunch of statistics at us, but if you send out 115 of whatever it's supposed to be, 200 or 182 or whatever, as a result of those letters, 73 inspections were happened. What happened on those 73 inspections? A, were all 73 of those charged $200? First question, yes or no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned previously, the $200 inactive fee was not charged to permits that were deemed to be active due to continuing inspections or older permit files where the only reason.
My question is, of the 73, how many were charged the $200?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I do not have a total number of invoices for the $200 inspection, but I can say that it was not applied to permits that were deemed active or older files, where the only reason it was still open was because the municipality's former CBO did not keep accurate records.
So you can you get the number of people to council who were charged the $200? Cause I guess I'm in that 73, I got charged $200. Do you have a guess that maybe half of them were charged $200 and half weren't? Or 3/4 or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd say less than half.
Less than half were charged $200. I want my $200 back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council Lamb should have been charged for $200 to begin with.
I was asked for it and I paid it. You thanked me.
And
I don't think we should have.
Well, but this is ridiculous what we're talking about, people.
Yeah.
Like,
through
I want my
you, Mr.
200,
Mayor.
give me my $200 back and give it other people. I know people who have paid the $200. If we're not gonna do this, then, man, this is cocked up. This is not right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
When he asked me for it, I paid.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just trying to jump in here. Again, like, this is totally crazy to me. I'd even sent an email to the CAO saying, here's the questions I'm going to ask, and we still don't have the information. My second question, which Councillor Lamb is bang on, knowing exactly what I was going to ask, how many $200 invoices were issued related to the inspections for the permits over 36 months old? We don't know. Maybe half. Looks like a councillor was charged it, but again, the building inspector says, I wasn't in charging if it wasn't an inactive permit. And all we have to do is go back to the bylaw that was passed by council and the resolution, which reads again, inactive permit, fee per inspection after 3 years or more from the date of issuance of the building permit. So I guess I'll ask yet again to the CAO and the building department, where and what I'm about to read again, is there any discretion? Inactive permit, fee per inspection after 3 years, with years in brackets, or more from date of issuance of the building permit. Where in there is there any leeway to say it wasn't inactive, it's over 36 months? Where? Please just give me proof that that's what it says so we can stop this conversation, but I don't think there is any. That's the problem. That's what Councillor Lamb's mad at. That's what I'm upset about. There is no leeway. If those 73 letters went out or inspections, there should have been 73 bills, but even more because there should have been a couple hundred letters that go out. We have the time and manpower to send out 70 letters to a lake, I think it was Bolger, on somebody doing a rezoning application when we don't even need to send it to the 70 people. Staff can send those out, no problem. Do we not have the technology that we know there's, 187 permits that are still open that are 21 or before, and we can't send a form letter? Hey, Mr. Smith, your permit's over 3 years old. Close it. This isn't rocket science. And this is absurd to me. Totally, staff not following directions on resolutions that were passed or following our bylaws. This is ridiculous. And I'll get on to question number 3 here. And question number 3, it says, how many building permits were closed for permits issued up to 2021 as per the resolution? So I think last year, Jamie, if you could, or to the building department, to the CAO as well, I'm using 2021 as a cutoff of 3 years past when we passed the resolution. So in 2025, how many permits that were outstanding from 2021 or earlier were closed? We know that you did 73 inspections, and you might have answered this, but I'm not sure. How many out of the 73 permits were closed? Do you know, Jamie, or to the building department?
Of the three, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash, of the 151 letters sent and the 73 inspections conducted, 41 permits were closed. However, the total number of permits closed in 2025 of 341 permits, and the 26 revoked would have included files that predate 2010, permits issued between 2010 and 2021, and 2022 to 2025. So an exact number.
Okay, no, that's good information, like what you've just answered there. So I think this leads back to what Councillor Lamb was saying. What's happening to the other 32 permits? You know, they should be charged. And I think everybody on council, or at least I'd certainly expected, if it was because of the municipality's fault, let's say there was bad record keeping, and, you know, somebody thought that their deck permit had been closed off, and they received a letter from the building department. Let's say I received a letter today, and I phone the building department tomorrow, and I go, oh, I thought that was closed. Can you come out? When's the soonest you can come out? And the building department says, oh, I'll be out on Thursday. Is that okay? And I say, sure, come on out Thursday, have a look. If you go out, the building department goes out, and everything's been done when they show up, and the person thought that the permit had been closed. I think that's one of those extenuating circumstances where people will go, okay, there is no work outstanding. It passed. The person thought it had been closed. There might be our mistake. There's one of those situations. What I might suggest, because I think this is going to go on a long, long time, this conversation, is it possible, and I'll ask the CAO this and see if other members of council would agree, is it possible for the CAO to look at this with the building department and staff and get back to us as to the questions that we're asking, and find out, there's 183, only 115 letters went out, what we're going to be doing, what's the next steps. It's obvious council wants these closed, and just come back to us with all that information handy, and hopefully come back to us and say, this is me saying it, but hey, oops, we made a mistake in the building department and treasury, and you know what? Out of the 115 letters and out of the 73 inspections, there's now invoices that went in the mail for the 40 or the half of them that never got invoiced. We're taking care of an issue here. I don't want to look back so much. I want to look forward.
Your allotted time again.
Okay, well, I'm just wrapping up. I just want to, just to say, I want to look forward from here, but for staff to come back and say, this is how we're going to correct. We understand what council wanted to do. We're sorry that we didn't quite follow it, or maybe we misunderstood. So we're rectifying it by sending out some invoices. We're rectifying it by doing this, and let's work forward so we can move on from this, which has been going on for a year. But I know that'll take another report coming back. Is that, and maybe you guys won't apologize, don't get me wrong, but is that something, CAO, that you could maybe bring back so we can stop this discussion today and just really look at it with the fine-tooth comb and come back with some productive way of moving forward? Is that possible, CAO?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure I got all of that, but certainly, I think our intent, at least today, was to come back to you and tell you about some of the challenges. You mentioned one of them being the fact that you might run into circumstances where someone received the letter and thought their permit was closed. I think the CBO would confirm that there is a majority of those files where that type of situation was the case. And there were a lot of cases where the municipality did not have proper documentation. Maybe we did our due diligence and did our inspections, and maybe we did not. So that was a big challenge towards charging that $200 fee. And in those circumstances, I don't think it would have been appropriate for us to charge them, regardless of what council's motion was at that time. And I think I heard you say that as well. But that all being said, I think what we can bring back anything that you like, but I think you need to be very, very firm and, tell us exactly what you want to receive so that, I know Councillor Nash has made his point many times. But I don't think it's ever been an established council direction. So if you want to give us firm direction on what you would like to see back, we will bring it back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna pick up from Councillor Nash, so if I have this right, we sent out 73 letters, of which we closed 41 permits. And most of them, I'm gonna say, probably weren't charged the $200. That leaves 32 that we sent letters to, that where there was an inspection that have not been closed out. If you add that to the 80 or so where letters weren't sent out, because I'm adding in 214 and, you know, the to be determined back in March, about 210 in total. So if you add that 80 to the 32, you've got an awful lot of permits that are still over 3 years that are outstanding. And I don't know what the plan is, right? What are we doing with the inspections that didn't get closed? Right, we sent them a letter, we said, gotta do this by the end of December, and we didn't make an inspection, they probably haven't gotten a hold of us. What are we doing about it? Saying, well, you know, we'll wait till they contact us. This is, again, we're repeating ourselves, right? So, anyway, I'm, you know, they say, you know, praise staff and public and criticize them. You know, I know you're busy, James. I've said many times, what help do you need to get this done? I haven't got anything. I'm gonna ask one other question. The other thing that council has looked for, and if you haven't got this message, I don't know why staff isn't listening. For the last year and a half, what are we doing about illegal buildings in the municipality? We hear it all the time. There's a whole cottage there that's being taxed like vacant land. All these places, I don't know whether impact's been out or whether we're getting taxed, but I'm getting raw in my tax dollars because those people, whoever they are not doing what I've done and many others have. So what is the plan with respect to finding illegal buildings? Because that's council's been on that for a year and a half, 2 years. What are we doing? What's the plan? CAO, what are we doing?
Well, I can tell you what we're doing. I can't exactly tell you what the plan is. Through your worship, sorry about that. When it comes to the building department's activities, I think there's, you know, you have to, with a one-man department, prioritize it. Number one priority is dealing with current building permits, new building permits. Second priority, I would say, is dealing with these old permits that are back, you know, many years. That are left on the books that you know need to be dealt with one way or the other. And then the third priority after that would be dealing with situations that you're speaking of, the illegal builds or undocumented builds. In terms of what we're doing, Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods have brought forward the idea of having a standard operating procedure and a form for people to report those types of things. So we don't have that right now. So we're trying to improve the process. And from there, then we can try, like you said, maybe the department needs more.
But I've asked through you, Mr. Mayor, I've asked many times, what help do you need? Why don't we hire someone? Why don't we get a retired building inspector? Why don't we get a student out of geography who wants to be a planner or something in for the summer to go to the West Perry Sound Geography Network and use that to, you know, what resources do you need in order to accomplish what council wants you to do? Or at least the majority of council. Like, I never get an answer to that, except, well, we can't do it. Well, if you're, and I hope, if nothing else, people can sense the frustration that at least I'm going through, and Councillor Nash is. And I dare say Councillor Woods isn't here, but the frustration that he's going through.
And if I might, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Lamb, I echo what Councillor Lamb just said there, and I think another good example of this, and I know we're finishing up this topic here, is I know myself, I've been working with the CAO on some people that have come to me about some, we'll call it building concerns. And I think this is a good learning example of some of these have been going on for a couple months or 3 months or 4 months in some of the cases, but most of them a couple months. It's people in the municipality joke. And it was somebody that came to me and said, just look in your own backyard, look down that road and that road. Here, I'll point out 4 or 5 things. Then they pointed it out. And then they asked me what's being done. And that's been going on. And yes, I've been working with the CAO on it, but there hasn't been any tangible things that have been done. And it's kind of a joke in the community. And I know our building inspector works hard and the reports are good and there's no concern there. But when it comes to this kind of stuff, and as I've spoken to the CAO a bit about the standard operating procedures, but maybe it's having bylaw look at things first. But if I was in another jurisdiction and somebody complained about, say it's an illegal shed in somebody's front yard, it shouldn't take 2 or 3 months to hear back about it's been looked at and the situation is being addressed. Yeah, because of privacy reasons, you can't give full details, but something's being addressed instead of, well, we're looking into it. So people do these builds, do things because they don't feel there's any consequences and nothing will come of it. And that's part of the problem. So like I said, hopefully this is a good learning curve and staff really can hear what the majority of council is really frustrated with, as Councillor Lamb said, and where we need to go. And going forward, it's noted again that it is 36 months. It's not a discretion, and we can start moving here, and we'll get something back, hopefully, for the next council meeting to answer some of our questions. But thank you for giving me the time, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate it, but this is probably one of the biggest topics that I have. And as Councillor Lamb said, we didn't even get into the finding illegal bills. I don't even have time to talk about that today, but like he said, this has been a year and a half trying to figure out how do we do this. We want to find ways to do this, to get tax dollars in that helps our community. It's costing us tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on not getting MPAC assessed to be able to charge people for things that have been done in the years past. So it's a very big topic. So I appreciate Councillor Lamb for bringing that second topic up today. Thank you.
The only final thing I want to say through you, Mr. Mayor, is most of this stuff Jamie has inherited. This isn't during his talk, it still doesn't negate that we have a problem, right? But Jamie didn't create the problem, but unfortunately he's in charge of fixing the problem, right? So I recognize that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm just sort of looking at the numbers and I did some adding and subtracting and multiplying, and I looked at up to 2022, the number of permits that were closed, and in 5 years, the building official has closed 1,371 of those other permits. If you divide that, that's 200 and some a year. It leaves only a very short few number that are left. Like, I really think that I can understand that you want them charged the $200. If that's the case, then, go ahead. But I sort of look at the numbers and I go, there's a proven track record there over the 5 years. So yes, we want to get them closed. It's going to happen, but there are other things on the go. I agree with our CFO or our CAO in that they've had to prioritize things. I don't think it's our job to micromanage every little thing. I do think that if the $200, if that's thing that you think should be done no matter what, then, you know, maybe we should discuss that again. But I really have to say that I think that what's happening is on getting these closed is great. And I think that CBO realizes that there's people that need, might need extra time or might need extra whatever. And is willing to work with people. And I think that's what we want. I mean, I remember years when I heard dreaded things about the CBO in this area. And so we do want our CBO to be able to work with people and to be able to get compliance. And I think that when you look at it, if I don't bother with 25, 24, 23, but if I look at 2022 and that, there's an awful lot of permits that have been closed. Maybe not as many from April to now. That happens, but you know, maybe there's more that are to come, who knows? I just think we should be. I'm not exactly sure what the whole reason behind this discussion and being so adamant about how fast this is going. This is going fast as far as I'm concerned. Man, if I was in that position and having to do all that work, I think I would be just about at my wit's end at this point, knowing that, you know, past CBOs didn't bother to get these things done. I mean, I get frustrated by this discussion happening every single time this report comes up. I find it tiresome, and if you guys want to be, if the rest of the council wants to be involved in every little step of what staff do, then we're certainly not doing our governance role. We're now into the actual operations, and I think that that's a mistake. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might just comment a bit, the $200 was a motion of council.
Yep.
And we sort of thrown that out the window if you want to do it or don't, or maybe we need to talk about it some more or whatever. It was a council motion. And the second thing is, I have said for the last 2 years, every time this report comes out, in order to comply with what council's direction is, what help do you need? And we've never heard back. We need this, we need that, we'll advertise, we'll, you know, put something in the budget to like if you don't have the resources to do it, then you ask. Council's responsibility is that they can provide the resources that's asked of asked of by the CAO for council, right? Like, but not, well, we're just busy, we can't get to that. It costs me money as a taxpayer because all these people haven't closed out permits. It costs me money if someone puts a whole house up and isn't being taxed because it's vacant property. And I know they have to do the current things, but if you don't have enough time, you don't have enough energy, or you don't have enough resources, then ask for it and get it done. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to follow up on Councillor Bray's comments there and Councillor Lamb. So when we talked about micromanaging and governance, our governance was a motion, and that motion was resolution number 2025-119. And I'll note, Councillor Bray, that you voted in favor of this motion that everybody be charged $200, that all the building permits can be rescinded. You voted in favor of it. It was a 5-0. Every single person voted in favor of that. We're not micromanaging. What we're doing is saying this was the direction of council. We're upset because staff chose to ignore what was being said. And when it comes to the building department, when we say, well, you know, they're working through it and I don't really see the issue here. The building department, I don't think, has changed building inspectors in 5 years. You can only go on for so long to say, oh, it was the past president, it was the past prime minister's problem. It gets tiresome after a while. It's not after 1 year. 5 years we've had the same building inspector in the building department. It isn't a new thing. And if I look back, there's lots of them outstanding from 5 years ago, from 2021, 2022, when the building inspector was here. So they might have inherited the building department some issues, but this is an ongoing issue. We're governance by saying, here's our motion, do it. We're having to get in the weeds here by saying it's because it's not being followed. And, you know, we can talk about inactive permits, what the definition is, and I still don't know why everybody doesn't understand the definition, but I think it was the building department that brought up when we were just talking about our fees and charges, which will be coming on March 4th, I'm going to be suggesting, and I'll say it right now, that we have an inactive line. Right below it, we have the maintenance fee, which I think the building department brought up. Now, I'm going to make that maintenance fee $1,000 a year. That's going to be what I suggest. And maybe that way staff will get the idea when everybody that has an open building permit over 3 years old is getting $1,000 fee a year, maybe they'll be suggesting to people to close them differently. So if that's what we have to do in our fees and charges, make something such an extraordinary fee that it will force people to close it, and we'll be getting that money every year, and it's not up to a building department to maybe send a letter or not, they'll just get $1,000 fee. I bet you can see these numbers drastically drop to almost zero within a year. And that's what I'll be bringing up under fees and charges the next time there's $1,000 fee, because it'll stop the fiasco and the gamesmanship that's going on this as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask for a copy of the letter? You can blank out the name and everything of the letter that was actually sent out. Have it emailed to me. The other thing, while we're airing our
Before you go on, are they all the same letter?
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
They are, okay.
So just send the letter, because it says what you have to do and what the ramifications are, right?
That's
The
useful.
only other thing, while we're airing our dirty laundry, I guess, and I've said this to Nigel in the past, I did not like that when the letter was sent out, that they quoted that it was sort of like, we're doing this because council told us to, right? And then it wasn't sort of followed through anyway. So I don't think that was appropriate. I think that anyway, so that's the end of it. Thank you.
For you, Mr. Mayor, just a comment on some of the things.
Yes, go ahead, give it, certainly.
With regards to resources and comments made about not having time, you could have 50 inspectors working in an area, and if the work isn't done, the work's not done, the same amount of permits are going to remain. I can't make somebody swing the hammer faster if they're progressing slowly, but they're still progressing. And that's what it comes down to, is the permits are being worked on. When it comes down to some of the letters and the ones that haven't had inspections, many people reach out to me after they received their letter. However, the shoreline deck that they built is 3 feet under snow right now, so I can't come do an inspection for it. The carport they did, that's where they plow the snow, so they can't open the door, so I can't come do an inspection on it. So those will all be ones that will be addressed when weather permits. So there's several that are in that situation. My first week back after in the new year was people responding to the letters and saying like, hey, like it's done, we can't get to it, or, you know, I'm on a private road that's not plowed. So again, it will be addressed in the summertime when they're in the area and that work is visible. But when it comes to closing these old permits, like it comes down to how fast the applicant is working away at what the deficiencies are. As for the annual maintenance fee, I brought that up in a previous council report. I felt that would be more of a incentive to close permits rather than a deterrent. But again, you can't retroactive that fee to these older permits. That would be moving forward from the date of that, if and when that bylaw got passed, introducing maintenance.
So you couldn't go back then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can't go back and say that because we created a bylaw, you have to pay this.
Yeah, and if I might, James, or the building department, so if there was a maintenance fee added and we have 207 permits that are over 3 years old, and let's just say for argument, we say they're $1,000 to clean them up, that would bring in $200,000 into our municipality for that maintenance fee for that year. Like, we're talking huge dollars. And trust me, if somebody sees they're going to get a bill for $1,000, they're going to close their permit. But we could be going after a couple $100,000, and then that money could go to staff somebody if we need to. So I think that's something to look at, and I think that's what we were trying to do, unfortunately, with the inspection fees, but they just weren't charged. But again, I've beaten that head to death. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a couple of comments, and then kind of a suggestion that as far as, and by the way, I want to be clear about something. I'm not suggesting that we should just, that we don't care about these building permits that go way back, that have never been closed. They've just sort of lapsed, and that is not our current CBO's fault. And I honestly, I agree with Councillor Ray. I think he's actually made some great progress at getting them closed, and I don't feel that the situation is being as bad as it's portrayed. But nevertheless, if you look, for example, at the $200 fee that we've been reminded of numerous times, not just today, but in other meetings. My understanding of that at the time, and I would not have supported it otherwise, was that it was intended to draw out, it's intended to apply to people who had abandoned a project, or we're not doing any work, and we're not, and the permit was just sitting there and nothing was happening. And I think it's entirely appropriate to charge people something for that and say, fine, either you've abandoned your project and you're going to put things back the way we are, and we're going to close the permit, or what. And it's entirely appropriate to charge a fee for that. But it was never my understanding, and I would not have supported it if I thought that every time it's after 3 years, any inspection that's done, there's a $200 fee, because that's not reflective of our costs of dealing with the permit, and it's probably not even legal from the point of view of building these building costs that these fees that we charge people are supposed to be cost recovery. They're not supposed to be punitive. They're supposed to be cost recovery. So anyway, I think that's, and just to the comment about all the unauthorized building that's going on. I keep hearing about this from here in the council meeting, but honestly, I don't know where it's happening. And I look around, building official will tell you, I have on several occasions called them up and said, there appears to be construction going on at this location. Do they have a permit? And I get the answer, yes, they have a permit. So if they didn't have a permit, then of course I would expect that would occasion a visit to go see what's going on, and probably because there is punitive action that we can take. The fees for it from it, we don't, the revenue from it, mind you, but there's anyway, we can put a stop to that. So I think the solution to that is for people who think that there's building going on to inquire if there is a permit or not, and if there isn't, to draw their attention. to the building permit. The final thing that I wanna suggest to you is that I think part of this is it is perhaps a lack of appreciation of what things look like from the building, from the eyes of the building official, from a process point of view. And it would be helpful if we had a little decision-making flow chart from him that says this is kind of how you go through looking at, say, a building permit that, let's just talk about the ones that have been open for some period of time or don't seem to be making progress. And say, like, what is the decision making that you go through? And where are the, what is actually causing the delays and that sort of thing? And I don't mean on a permit by permit basis, but with names, I just mean in general, how do you approach it? And I suppose this goes to the comment that Councillor Woods has made in the past about standard operating procedures, and that there's kind of a logic that goes with this, and I'm not sure. I think I know what it is because I have been involved quite a bit with building departments in the past, but I'm not sure everybody here understands that, and that might help you to appreciate, in fact, that these things are being dealt with in a rational and sensible way that will get us to where we need to go eventually, and I don't think, as I said before, I don't think we're leaving a lot of revenue behind. Candidly, but in any case, those are my comments. I guess maybe if we could get we need a plan forward. We can't just keep bringing the thing up and nothing happened. I mean, obviously everybody's frustrated with that. We're all frustrated with that, so.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might just ask a question here, is that okay?
Mayor still has the floor, Councilor Mann.
Oh, sorry, I lost.
Councilor Mann.
Oh, okay.
My 5 minutes, I use my 5 minutes and I don't intend to use it again. To say the same thing.
So, Mr. Mayor, it was a really quick question here. And I think what you've said, you had some great points there, actually. I wasn't meaning actually sarcastically there. But you said that in the past you've seen some possible buildings and you've contacted the building department. And I used an example, and I think this is what you see. I just looked at my email, November 13th till now, 4 places that a residents didn't think they had a building permit on, they taxed it with me to check. I've heard nothing, not one thing in 2 months. You might get a reply very quickly, Mr. Mayor, but others in the public and maybe other councillors aren't getting that quick interpretation of, was there a building permit, what are we doing? And that is part of the concern which is being raised. And I don't think it's not a way to make money, but if somebody sees, be it $1,000 maintenance fee, they will close their building permit. And I'm the first to say it will take some people some time to finish something, but there is also a lot of, I used the word gamesmanship earlier, there is a lot of gamesmanship that is done by people building. Some people not, but others will not finish stuff because they know it's going to save on MPAC. MPAC can only go back 2 years. So there is a cost analysis benefit to the municipality pushing these things, getting permits closed. But I think it's that timeline. If somebody does complain, it comes back to the standard operating procedures, but it shouldn't take, in the case that I can give an example to, 2 months to hear anything back on something. Nothing. I've talked to the CAO, but no concrete, this is what it is. Yes, there was a permit. No, there wasn't. Nothing. So you might get that information, as I said, but others might not. But I think we're moving in a better direction. We just need to keep working on it and getting there. And I know I'll bring a motion back at some point to hopefully close any loopholes that people seem to think there are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks.
Can I make one final request, please, of staff? We used to get a chart of all the not outstanding building permits, but the current, like 2020, the new permits in 2025, for instance. Can I get that list, please? Because when people call me, I don't have no idea whether people have a building permit or not, and it's public knowledge, right? I say, well, it's supposed to be posted on the telephone pole or something, but if I could get a list of all the building permits that were issued in 2025, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Can we, sorry,
I'll just one last comment, sorry. When, if and when a counselor gets approached by a resident with regards to a building claim, it should be directing the resident to the building services department, as most of the time I can discuss more information with a property owner than I can with a council member.
That's terrible. That's terrible. I do tell them that. I know.
As the CAO has mentioned, I have drafted a first draft of a building services specific complaint form for residents to submit a formal complaint. Just, it gets difficult when members of council bring forward complaints and questions with regards to timelines and enforcement, because it then opens it up for the act of me actually enforcing it being due to political involvement. So that is just something that needs to be wary of moving forward. So again, if somebody's complaining, the suggestion would be to direct them to the building services department. Whether it be a member of the public or a member of council, when enforcement is taken, there's really no update with how it's going. It's just, thank you for your complaint. If this goes to court, you'll get called into court, but that's basically.
You, Jamie, you have no idea how many calls that I get on dogs barking and noise and everything else where I do, and that's what I do. I direct them to the appropriate department and because, and I say the exact same thing. If it ends up in court, you can't say, well, Joe Lamb's a witness for Tom Jones over on whatever, Tehika Road, right? So I don't think I've called you very many times on a building permit, but I do try to direct them, but the stark reality is that many people would rather complain to a counselor, but they won't call in their neighbor, whether it be septic or anything else, right? They call me or call other counselors, right? So that's just the reality of people.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, or sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just in closing there, if a member of the public comes to a counselor, and I've checked with the integrity commissioner, by the way, we by all means have the right to send in a complaint on behalf of somebody. And if I write formal complaint or I'd like to look at this, we have the same right as anybody else from the member of the public to get that information and get it addressed. And where do we get I think it was called political advantage? Where is that said in the building department thing that a counselor can't inquire on somebody because of political things? I'd like the building department to answer that question since that was just raised. Where's that said? Thank you. I'll continue after that, but I need an answer for that one.
For you, Mr. Mayor, the Ontario Municipal Councillors Guide outlines that the CDO is to act independently from council when issuing permits and dealing with enforcement issues, because it can be deemed as political influence with regards to issuing orders.
Right, but that does not say that council cannot make inquiries to the building department. So maybe staff can look at that through an integrity commissioner to just ask them about that. And if there's just an inquiry to say, was there a building permit here? Yes or no. There's nothing wrong with that. If I then say as a counselor, well, you better find that person because I hate Joe Blow 103 and you better make their life a living hell. That's different. that might be undue influence. But if somebody's just asking a member of council to look into something, there is nothing wrong with that, and that is supposed to get treated the same as any other complaint. And so I think that needs to be looked into instead of a delay. I'm still waiting for those answers, and no, I'm not going to have the people reach out because they don't need to. They're going through a member of council. And in other jurisdictions, I have personal experience from it. If somebody makes a complaint, say it's about a garden shed in their front yard, the building department will look into it, or bylaw looks into it, and they'll say, yeah, there's a file number assessed to this, and all we can tell you is we're taking action to have it removed. That's the update. That is it. You don't need any, they don't need to know that it's going to be done in 2 weeks or 3 months, but you'll hear, yes, with they need to comply. That's it. Just very basic. So that information is readily available and should be. But again, I know for myself, I'm still waiting to hear on a number of items because members of the public are coming to me and I'm passing it on. So I do expect those to be answered, and it's not politically driven when people are just asking about random places and random spots, or when we're saying let's enforce our building bylaws or enforce things. So I think there needs to be some stuff taken into that. The other way we can get the information is we can do an FOI request and ask for every single inspection from last year, ask for every invoice that was charged. There's an easy way to get the information that we're trying to pry out, and a much harder way. The harder way seems to be asking. The easier way is to do a freedom of information, and all this information will have to be released. And then it becomes totally public, and there'll just be a few names redacted, and that'll take staff time, hours and hours and hours and hours to do, but they'll have to do it within 30 days. There's an easy way to get the information, as I said, and a much harder way to get the information. I know I've had to do. I'm just wrapping up here, Mr. Mayor. I haven't had 5 minutes yet, but I know that I've done an FOI request since I've been on council, and I've done it for the sidewalk. I've done it for Ald's Road, and then I've taken that information and put it into council's hands so we can do stuff properly. If staff can't give us the information, there's ways to get the information, and it just makes us as a municipality look like we're hiding stuff. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question, please. All those, the motion to receive this report was made by Councillor Lamb and seconded by Councillor Bray. Call the question, please.
Could I ask for a recorded vote, please, Mr. Mayor?
I guess you can, sure.
We're just receiving it, eh, Councillor Ant?
No, I know we're receiving it, but the information, a lot of information we needed in my eyes wasn't there. So I'm not voting in favor of receiving a report that I don't think had a lot of information that we needed in it when people knew what we were looking for. Thank you.
Call the question, please.
Thank you, Councillor Nash.
No.
Sorry, did she not have to say Councillor Lamb or?
No,
Oh, all right, okay, sorry.
He doesn't answer for me.
Well, I thought she said Councillor Lamb, sorry, go ahead.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Conley,
Yes,
thank you, that motion carried.
all right. Thank you. So where are we? 9.3, we've done 11. We are at correspondence. Well, work of things here. And you can find the correspondence on the last page, which is page 6 if you're. Sorry, it's not the last page, it's page 6 of the agenda. Let's get the motion up front. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 6 of the February 17th, 2026 council meeting agenda Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. Mover and seconder.
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Craig. Thank you. So the motion is on the floor and we now need to populate that list of the ones that you would like to talk about.
D, I'd like D.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
D.
Oh, D.
D is in Donald.
South River Volunteer Fighter.
Yeah.
Me too.
Okay, I thought that one would probably come up. Any other ones? Okay. Sounds like D it is. And D has to do with volunteer firefighter certification issues.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I really had is, or do you need to call a question?
No, we talked for.
I just want to know where we sit in Whitestone with this, right? There's
Yes.
a certification that has to take place. Is it 2026? And again, Council Brady, I'm sure, fill me in, so fill us in.
So Councillor Brady, can you answer? Our fire chief's not on the call.
Yeah.
I see, so.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's 2026 that, all firefighters have to have firefighter 2001 and 2002, I believe. And after that, anybody who isn't, far as I know, can't be part of the fire department campaign. Now, there's interpretations, so I'm not quite sure of the exact interpretation. But it is, if you look at the amount of work that has to happen for volunteer firefighters, so they're doing a course, we just finished 2001 for about 5 people. We had a number of them pass, some didn't. It is the book that we studied from is about this thing. It's NFPA 2000 Essentials of Firefighting. That's what the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office has said is the curriculum now. Unfortunately, it has a lot of American, and it's got things in it that we would never deal with, and we can't properly train on because we don't have like fire hydrants. So they go through this training and then they have the exam. But there's an incredible amount of study work that has to be done on their own to be able to pass. You cannot just come to training, come to class, the training class and and expect to pass. There is an incredible amount of work to do. So again, that's going to deter people who want to be part of a fire department. There are lots of people who can make excellent firefighters, but they maybe do not like the classroom work. They really want the hands-on, and that's what we used to do. We used to train people. Some people went off to the fire college. Some people just trained hands-on in the fire department, and we trained them. And as they got proficient, they took on more and more duties and things like that in a fire. Whereas now, we're not going to be able to do that. So again, we're going to have small fire departments. We're going to have a difficult time to attract people to the fire departments.
So should we be supporting this motion, do you think?
It should, in my eyes. I think it's this one size fits all attitude that everybody should be exactly the same as the Toronto and big city fire departments.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, or Councillor Bray, do they have an age limit of how old, like what's the oldest a volunteer firefighter can be, or not? I hope they don't, because I know a lot of our volunteer firefighters are getting older, and like you said, it's going to be harder to get young people. I see it. So is there an age limit right now, or do you think there might be one coming in, which I think would be detrimental to our force? But just checking.
We have, Mayor, we have, an age limit of 75. Some places do 65, there's a variety. But it's left up to the individual departments.
Any other comments or questions about this? So can we get, what do we do here? Do we get staff to bring back a motion of support to another meeting, or do we just, that's generally how it's
Bring it back to the next meeting.
Through you, your worship, that's generally how you've dealt with it in the past. We will come back to the next meeting with a resolution, a proposed resolution, support. And any other facts that they might get from the fire chief.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I guess that's the only items. Can we receive this report?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's matters arising from correspondence, but for. Well, so what do we have now? Councillor items, number 13. Any councillor items for today?
If nobody, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I had a couple. Couple things. When's the official plan contact?
Through you, your worship, I did reach out to MHPC last week to get some proposed dates. And unfortunately, Jamie was out of office all last week, it was on holidays, so
Okay.
I expect to hear shortly, and then I'll put the dates out to council.
Okay, the other thing I have is, and I know staff have written a couple of grants, but I really feel like we're missing out on grants, you know, some months ago, 6 months or more. You know, we had a system where they would get 10% and then we asked for quote. I think that was a council resolution to do that and pass. But we didn't even get that quote out and finalized and whatever. I'm not sure we're gonna get anyone to do it less than 10%, certainly not gonna do it for free, but I feel like we've lost opportunities over the last 6 months of grants, so I urge staff to get a request for proposal out to whoever, and let's move on. If we pick the firm that came, I think part of it should be that they also try to train staff on how to do these things, right? If possible. So anyway, I just want to urge you to get going on that so we can check it off our list. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillor items?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash. A few things. I just wanted to say, first off, the congratulations to the skier today from Parry Sound to Oldham that won the gold medal. I think I just wanted to acknowledge that and say such a fabulous thing for a little community to have that. So that was one thing. I just wanted to acknowledge that. And the other two were just, I just wanted to say it in the open again, that I really think as part of our budget discussions about the Zamboni, and I'd seen recently when we were cleaning the rink, just with an old aluminum shovel with one individual just shoveling it's not even an elongated, shovel. So I really think that, a Zamboni will really help the community, but will really help out staff and will probably save time in the long run. So I'm a really big believer in trying to support the Zamboni, and I've only heard positive feedback from the community. I haven't heard one negative comment. All I've heard is items like, that'll be great. What a great addition to the community. Finally spending on money on something that I'll see, things like that. So I think it's a really good thing that I'm going to be really supporting. And the last one is just on the school donation. I just wanted to say it again, that I'm in really big support of us as a community, and as a municipality, trying to find ways, if we donate to the school, to help with their field trips, their derby cars, as Councillor Wood has said in the past, and has really started this debate on it, and supporting items like that. Or I understand they have to go, I think it's to Burke's Falls to pick up snowshoes for kids, just some equipment like that. And I really think, when I look at it, and I think Councillor Wood coined it so well, it's a cup of coffee that we can give so much to the local school, which, from what I see, really lacks some of the stuff that a lot of bigger schools would have. So I'm going to be a really big supporter of that. So those are my three things I had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bye.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, through you, Councillor Nash, I gave the name of a Canadian company. Zamboni is an American company. There's a Canadian company that makes Zambonis, and I gave the name to Nigel this morning. And they have used ones or whatever, just so we're looking at more than just Zambonis. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anything else under council items? All right, I guess we can, or I have a resolution here. I thought I did. That's interesting. Well, you know, I just realized I missed something. No, I didn't. Sorry. All right, where is that? 2 seconds ago, I had a resolution in front of me, folks. Just hang on a minute, please. Not in that. It was about correspondence. Forward. I must have turned it over here. So, oh, here it is. Sorry, it just got out of it. We need to call the question on the correspondence.
Yeah, that's what I asked.
I already thought, put it over, so my apologies. All those in favor of receiving the correspondence?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Carried. Great, so now those are ones we did too, so. The next item would be questions from the public, but we don't have any members of the public who aren't either councilors or staff on the call. So at this point, entertain a motion to move into closed session for the 3 items that are listed, which are 15.1 closed session minutes to the regular council meeting December 16, 2025. 15.2 personal matters about an identifiable individual pursuant to section 239 2B, and that's volunteer appointments to the OPP board. And 15.3 is also personal matters about an identifiable individual and request for approval of a payment of fees for a legal opinion. So Can I get a mover and seconder to move into close, please? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Ray. All those in favor of going into closed? And our recording is now turned back on. And we can do matters arising from a closed session. And this one is, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. We're in second, please. Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by
Sorry,
sorry,
sorry, I wasn't.
Councillor Ray. All those in favor?
Councillor
Nash?
Woods. Councillor Woods, yes.
You get the Councillor Nash.
She's getting. Okay, so 15.2, this was the Perry Sound of West Perry Sound of Meat Detachment Board. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby supports the appointment of Leslie Harris Jones and Christine Kasulkin as citizen representatives to the West Perry Sound OPP Detachment Board. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb moves. Councillor Bray seconds. All those in favor? Councillor Woods?
Mr. Mayor, I'll abstain from this one just because I wasn't there for the entire conversation.
All right, so Councillor Woods. The motion is still carried. It's the got three hands up in the room, so. They should, but it's. I can get it. We're in the final stretch here. Hopefully that one. Confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder.
There you go, I'll move.
Sir Lamb,
I'll second.
Survey. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. And adjournment. Now therefore, be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, it looks like 3:59 PM. Until the regular council budget meeting of Wednesday, March 4th, 2026 at 10 AM or at the call of the chair. Or not to call you. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, I need a mover and second.
I'll move.
Councillor Lamb is moving. Councillor Woods, you want a second?
Sure.
And are you in favor of adjourning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, and I hope you are feeling better, sir.
One day. I keep telling myself that.